The hearing is now in session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jason Neubauer, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis at U.S. Coast Guard Headquarters. I am the Chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan submersible with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreckage site. I would like to take this opportunity as the hearing commences to express my deepest condolences to the family and friends of the 5 persons who perished in this tragedy. I note that we have members from the families here today and also watching online, and I appreciate you being here and express my sympathies again. I'm sorry this occurred. I note that many will be following these proceedings via live stream, and we appreciate all those who are attending in person and virtually. The other members of this board include Lead Investigator Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen and Lieutenant Commander Katie Williams. The legal counsel to this board is Lieutenant Commander Lars Oakmark, and the alternate legal counsel is Lieutenant Commander Jim King. The recorder is Lieutenant Kelly Steele. The Coast Guard technical advisors to this board are Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons and Mr. Keith Fawcett. This board's public information officer is Chief Warrant Officer Melissa Leake, and Petty Officer Second Class Kate Kilroy is the assigned public affairs specialist. Upon completion of the investigation, this Marine Board will submit its final report of findings, conclusions, and recommendations to the Commandant of the United States Coast Guard. The National Transportation Safety Board is also participating in this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, investigator in charge for the NTSB's Titan investigation, is seated to my far right. Witnesses will be appearing at this hearing to provide valuable information that will assist this investigation. We request that all in the attendance here today be courteous to the witnesses and respect their right to privacy. Providing testimony in a public setting on past events and complex topics requires full concentration, and any disruptive behaviors will not be tolerated. The members of the press are welcome, and provisions have been made during the proceedings to pool the media feed. The news media may question witnesses concerning the testimony they have given after I have released them from these proceedings. The Marine Board's investigation will determine as closely as possible the factors that contributed to the incident so that proper recommendations for the prevention of similar casualties may be made. The investigation will also examine whether there is evidence that any act of misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed and credentialed person contributed to this casualty, and whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to this casualty. The Marine Board planned this 2-week hearing to examine the pre-accident historical events relating to the loss of the Titan and 5 crew members. The proceedings will include past OceanGate operations, crew member training, construction and maintenance of the 2 deep-sea Titan submersibles, environmental factors, and the existing regulatory framework that was in place to oversee and certify submersible operations. The hearing will also include a review of the U.S. Coast Guard Search and Rescue, SAR, activities related to the response phase of the incident after all communications were lost with the Titan submersible on June 18, 2023. The Coast Guard has designated OceanGate Incorporated as a party in interest to this investigation as the owner and operator of the Titan submersible. As such, OceanGate's designated counsel has a statutory right to cross-examine witnesses and request that witnesses be called on their behalf. Witnesses who are not designated as parties in interest may be assisted by counsel for the purpose of advising them concerning their rights during testimony. However, such counsel is not permitted to examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in the investigation. I will now ask that lead counsel for OceanGate announce their appearance on behalf of their client.
Good morning. Jane Schvetz, Adriana Finger, and Nora Niazian from Debevoise and Plimpton LLP on behalf of OceanGate, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you. The Marine Board will place all witnesses under oath. When testifying under oath, a witness is subject to the federal laws and penalties for perjury for making false statements under Title 18, United States Code, Section 1001. Penalties could include a fine up to $250,000 or imprisonment up to 5 years or both. The sources of information to which this investigation will inquire are many and varied. Since the date of the casualty, the NTSB and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forth, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. This email address will be continuously monitored. Mr. Muse will now provide his opening statement on behalf of the NTSB.
Good morning. I am Marcel Muse, the investigator in charge for the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation into this accident. The Safety Board is the independent federal agency under which the Independent Safety Board Act of 1974 is required to determine a cause or probable cause of this accident and issue a report of the facts, conditions, and circumstances related to it. The NTSB has joined this hearing to avoid duplicating the development of facts. Nevertheless, I do wish to point out that this does not preclude the NTSB from developing additional information separately from this proceeding if that becomes necessary. At the conclusion of this hearing, the NTSB will analyze the facts of this accident and determine a probable cause independent of the Coast Guard. At a future date, a separate report of the NTSB findings will be issued, which will include our official determination of a probable cause. If appropriate, the Safety Board will issue recommendations to correct safety problems discovered during this investigation. These recommendations can be made in advance of the report. On a personal note, and on behalf of the entire NTSB, I'd wish to express my sincere condolences to those lost loved ones in this tragedy.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Ms. Schvetz will now provide a brief opening statement on behalf of OceanGate.
Thank you, Mr. Neubauer. On behalf of OceanGate, we also offer our deepest condolences to the families and loved ones, among them those here today, of those who died on June 18th, 2023. There are no words to ease the loss endured by the families impacted by this tragic incident. But we hope that this hearing will help shed light on the cause of the tragedy and prevent anything like this from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. The Marine Board will now take the oath. The recorder, Lieutenant Steele, has been previously sworn in. Lieutenant Steele?
Please stand. Raise your right hands. Do you swear that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent upon you as a member of this formal investigation, and that you will examine and inquire into the matter that is now before you, and without partiality, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
This concludes the opening statement. At this time, I would like to ask that everyone present please stand for a moment of silence in respect to those persons who perished as a result of this casualty. Thank you. Please be seated. You are about to see Coast Guard Factual Exhibit 001, prepared by the Marine Board. As a part of this investigation, the Coast Guard has gathered extensive information and prepared numerous exhibits, some of which will be introduced in this hearing. The party in interest and NTSB have reviewed the information contained in this exhibit, and the final decision of the creation of this exhibit rests with the Marine Board Chair for the investigation. Lieutenant Steele, please start the presentation.
This is the United States Coast Guard's Commandant's Marine Board of Investigation, into the loss of the manned submersible Titan and the vessel's crew on June 18, 2023. This hearing is conducted with the full participation of the National Transportation Safety Board. The purpose of the investigation is to determine whether there is evidence that any failure of material, either physical or design, was involved or contributed to the casualty, so that proper recommendation for the prevention of the recurrence of similar casualties may be made. Whether there is evidence that any misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed or certified person contributed to the casualty, so that appropriate proceedings against the license or certificate of such person may be recommended and taken under 46 U.S. Code 6301, or whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to the casualty. This image is affixed with labels showing the significant components of Titan. The manned submersible vessel Titan, completed in 2021 in Everett, Washington, was an unregistered, non-certificated, unclassed 22-foot manned watercraft. The pressure hull was approximately 8 feet long, cylindrically shaped, with an inside diameter of approximately 4.5 feet. The hull was made of 5-inch thick carbon fiber wound filament. The carbon fiber pressure hull was glued fore and aft to grade 3 titanium rings, which were then affixed to the forward and aft end titanium domes. The forward dome was hinged to the starboard side of the forward ring to allow for entry and exit into the Titan. The forward dome was fitted with a 23-inch acrylic frustum window for visibility. The aft titanium dome was secured to the aft titanium ring with 17 9/16-inch stainless steel bolts, and this section housed various electronics and computers. External to the pressure hull was a 5-foot tail cone section which housed 2 lithium batteries, 2 motor controller pods, buoyancy blocks made of Syntac foam, and the tracking system. As per the OceanGate Titan specification page, the Titan was capable of seating 5 persons with an operating depth of 4,000 meters. The Titan was fitted with 4 inner space electric thrusters, 2 vertical and 2 horizontal, which propelled the submersible at 3 knots. Titan sat upon a fairing system which held other accessories such as external lights and cameras, and allowed the Titan to remain upright while sitting on the deck. The vessel particulars for the Titan are contained on this slide. The official name, Titan. Identification number, none. Owner-operator, OceanGate, Inc., Everett, Washington, United States. Vessel class, type, and subtype, submersible. Build year, 2020. Length, 22 feet. Beam or width, 9.2 feet. Vertical height, 8.3 feet. Main primary propulsion, 4 inner space 1002 electric thrusters. At the time of the accident, on Titan Dive C2-088, the following persons were the crew of the vessel, and they perished in the accident. Stockton Rush, pilot, owner. Paul-Henri Nargeolet, co-pilot. Shahzada Dawood, crew person number 1. Suleiman Dawood, crew person number 2. Hamish Harding, crew person number 3. The manned submersibles Antipodes and the Cyclops 1 are shown on the right. OceanGate history. OceanGate LLC was founded in 2009 by Stockton Rush, Guillermo Sonleim, and Sarah Schwitters. OceanGate corporations include OceanGate Inc., OceanGate Expeditions, and OceanGate Foundation. In 2009, purchased the Antipodes, a 13-foot American Bureau of Shipping class A1 submersible with a depth capability of approximately 305 meters. Applied for Coast Guard certification, unable to attain due to Subchapter T regulations. Attained oceanographic research vessel designation and conducted dive operations in Puget Sound, Miami, and San Francisco. Glancing to the right side are promotional images created by OceanGate for early dive operations. 2013, purchased a 5-person, 22-foot submersible with a 500-meter capability. Cyclops 1 was utilized as a test platform for software, technology, and equipment for Titan. Never applied for inspection from the U.S. Coast Guard. Obtained oceanographic research vessel designation from the Coast Guard Sector Puget Sound in 2018. Conducted domestic operations from 2015. The Andrea Doria mission in 2016 departed Boston, towed to the dive site off Nantucket Island, charged mission specialist $20,000 for a seat on the submersible. The Hudson Canyon mission in 2020 departed New York, towed by an offshore supply vessel. Mission specialist paid $35,000 for the dives. Completed 17 major expeditions with Antipodes and Cyclops 1. The image displayed on this slide is a side profile diagram of the 1/3 scale model for the Titan prototype for the test conducted in December of 2015. In 2013, entered contract with University of Washington Applied Physics Lab for approximately $5 million for the development, construction, and testing of a manned carbon fiber submersible. Estimated time frame for the vehicle, Titan, was 30 months. 2015 to 2016, the 1/3 scale model testing. In December of 2015, that model failed at 2,943 meters. In March 2016, the 1/3 scale model failed at 2,753 meters. In July of 2016, the model failed at 4,465 meters. In 2017, the carbon fiber hull was completed by Spencer Composites with no Coast Guard or Classification Society oversight. There was no non-destructive testing conducted on the hull. The original plan was to utilize carbon fiber domes, but due to the failures in the 1/3 scale model, cited in the above image, they then switched to titanium domes and rings, which were manufactured by TIFAB with no Coast Guard or classification oversight. The image on the slide is an overhead view of the Titan prototype, which was taken during the unmanned testing in the Bahamas in June of 2018. In March 2017, OceanGate announces a trip to the Titanic. The price of an SME ticket is $105,129, the inflation-adjusted cost of a first-class ticket of the Titanic on its maiden voyage. In May of 2017, University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate Engineering parted ways, and OceanGate took all engineering in-house. In July 2017, the carbon fiber hull and titanium rings were bonded together using an adhesive by OceanGate employees. In December of 2017, the final mechanical inspection report for the conical frustrum dome window was completed by the Hydrospace Group. January 2018, the Titan was fully assembled. February of 2018, the first manned dive in Titan to a depth of 3 meters. In April of 2018, the Titan arrives in the Bahamas, allegedly struck by lightning, delayed the scheduled test dives. OceanGate released a statement canceling the 2018 Titanic expedition due to weather. OceanGate was unable to achieve a depth of 4,000 meters for less than 45 days before the expedition. June 2018, 3 unmanned dives were conducted to 1,200 meters, 2,500 meters, and 4,000 meters. Titan prototype history, late 2018 to 2019. On this slide in the lower right corner is an image with an area of damage circled for the Titan prototype, and in the picture above that, the prototype on a trailer for transport for testing in the Bahamas. December 2018. Mr. Rush completed a solo dive in Titan to approximately 3,939 meters. April 2019, completed a dive to 3,760 meters. Titan final hull, 2020. This image shows the winding of the carbon fiber hull at the Electro Impact Facility in 2020. NASA and OceanGate in contract with a Space Act grant for the development, manufacturing, and testing of manned submersibles. Due to COVID, NASA did not provide any services to OceanGate. OceanGate contracted a local Washington company, Electro Impact, to build 2 1/3 scale models and the new carbon fiber hull utilizing the automated fiber placement system. The full-size hull was cured after every few inches in an autoclave at Janicki Industries. Titanium domes and rings were removed from the prototype hull and used on the final hull. 16 strain gauges and 8 acoustics emission sensors were affixed to the inside of the hull to act as a real-time monitoring hull assessment. The outside of the hull was covered with a polyurethane coating prohibiting any visual inspections. There was no third-party oversight for the hull, and nor was any non-destructive testing conducted. Titan final hull, 2021. Pictured on the slide is the Titan at the Deep Ocean Test Facility in Maryland. March 2021. Completed Titan hull was tested at the Deep Ocean Test Facility in Maryland. The test cycles. Day 1, maximum depth of approximately 4,000 meters. 5,858 psi for 2 cycles. 30 minutes and 40 minutes. Day 2, max depth of approximately 4,200 meters. 6,154 psi for 1 20-minute cycle. Day 3, max depth of approximately 3,840 meters. 5,627 psi for 1 240-minute cycle. Day 4, maximum depth approximately 3,840 meters, 5,628 psi for 1 240-minute cycle. Operating depth of the Titan at the RMS Titanic site was 3,840 meters. Titan was tested to 1.09 times its operating pressure. The industry standard is 1.25 times twice every 5 years as per ASME for allowed materials. June 2021, mobilized to St. John's, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Canada, and began Expedition 21. The images on the right side of this slide show the various aspects of the launch and recovery system both on deck, on the surface of the sea, and underwater before launch and recovery of the Titan. The Launch and Recovery System, abbreviated as LARS, built by Everest Marine in 2017, completed in 2018. It is 38 feet long by 16 feet 6-inch beam and a 3-foot 8-inch depth. 4 separate hull compartments that can be manipulated to flood, which would sink the platform to approximately 10 meters below the surface to allow for the Titan to depart and/or arrive under the water's surface. Those compartments would then be filled with air from 4 air receivers on the LARS platform to raise the platform. This action is completed by the platform operator, who is stationed above in a small support vessel. This chart shows the position of the Port of St. John's and the site of the RMS Titanic, approximately 390 nautical miles south-southeast distant, and the position of the RMS Titanic site in latitude and longitude. The depth of the RMS Titanic wreck, 3,555 meters, or 11,007 feet. Titanic Expedition 2021. On this slide, you will note the motor vessel Horizon Arctic with the stern ramp to facilitate the carriage, launching, and recovering of the LARS with the Titan aboard. NOAA notified of operations pursuant to the expedition, and NOAA determined no Section 113 authorization was required. 2021 and 2022 utilized the Horizon Arctic Canadian flag offshore supply vessel. The mission departed from St. John's, Newfoundland. Titan and the platform were loaded on the stern ramp affixed to the vessel and transported to the Titanic wreck site, 370 nautical miles from Newfoundland. Each mission lasted approximately 8 days, 2 days transit time, 4 days of dives, and 2 days of return. The 2021 expedition, June 28th to August 6th, 10 dives attempted, 6 successful to the Titanic depth, 3,840 meters. Conducted 1 test dive, dive number 63, to the depth of the Titanic, 3,840 meters, before carrying paying passengers, mission specialists. There were 70 equipment issues required correction, including the forward dome fell off during recovery, multiple drop weights issues to include the tray being jettisoned due to malfunction, drop weight and thruster failure at 3,500 meters, and platform damaged on recovery. Departed Canada via flatbed trailer, conducted 4-month roadshow to market Titanic expeditions, going to the University of Rhode Island, Atlanta, Georgia, Lake Forest, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California. Titanic Expedition 2022. Turning your attention to the upper right image, Titan is indicated by the red arrow in the winter storage of 2022 to 2023. In the lower right image, the Titan in the process of being transported to the Marine Institute of Memorial University, St. John's, Newfoundland, in February of 2023. The 2022 expedition, June 14th to July 25th. 13 dives attempted, 7 successful to the Titanic depth of 3,840 meters. Conducted 1 test dive to 7 meters with passengers prior to diving to depth. 48 equipment issues documented during the expedition. Major incidents include batteries died on Titan, extending the time inside Titan to 27 hours, platform damage during recovery, Titan aft fairing torn off, data voyage logger inoperative below 500 meters, Titan damage during recovery, drop weight malfunction, thrusters mapped in reverse. Upon completion of the expedition, Titan was stored at a shoreside facility in a parking lot along a dock without protection from the elements, uncovered, from July 26, 2022 to February 6, 2023. The St. John's Airport weather data for July 2022 through April 2023, high temperature 84 degree Fahrenheit, low temperature 1.4 degree, average temperature 39 degrees. This graphic depicts the depths of the Titan dives conducted by OceanGate. The red columns reflect dives that were not conducted over the Titanic wreck site. The blue columns reflect the dives attempted on the Titanic wreck site that did not make it to the depth of the Titanic. The green columns reflect dives that were conducted on the Titanic wreck site and reached the Titanic depth. (2023) Titanic expedition. Looking at the upper right in this slide, the Polar Prince near the dock. Looking to the lower right is the track of the 2023 expedition showing the movement of the support vessel Polar Prince. And in the lower left is the Polar Prince towing the Lars with the Titan on deck. According to witness testimony, due to high charter rates and non-availability of support vessels based on the increase in offshore oil production, the 2023 expedition utilized the motor vessel Polar Prince, a Canadian flag research vessel. Due to the lack of deck space, launching appliances, and weight handling equipment, the Lars Titan were to be towed behind the Polar Prince for the entirety of each mission. Missions 1 through 4, which began on May 12th, transited a total of approximately 3,600 nautical miles with Titan in tow. Completed 4 dives, none of which left the platform below 10 meters when it was in a submerged position. Significant events, Titanic Expedition 2023. In the upper right is an image of the Titan on the Lars platform on the morning of May 24th, 2023, when it partially sank. On the right, circled in red, is the weather at the time of that incident. Mission number 1, May 11th through May 19th. Polar Prince departed on May 11th to Conception Bay to rendezvous with the Titan, which was at the Marine Institute Holyrood launch, to conduct familiarization training. No mission specialists were aboard, no dives completed. Mission number 2, May 20th through May 28th. Polar Prince departed St. John's on May 20th en route Titanic with Titan in tow and an average speed of 7.4 knots. On May 22nd, conducted unmanned dive to 8 meters. This was dive number 84. On May 24th, after a night of high seas and fog, the Titan and its Lars platform were found partially sunk in the morning with the tail cone fairing ripped off. May 27th, conducted post-incident test dive, recorded 13 equipment issues requiring correction. Mission 3, May 29th to June 9th. Polar Prince departed St. John on May 29th and proceeded to Witless Bay to continue checks from the May 24th incident. Completed dives on May 30th, which were not logged, and May 31st, which was dive 85, completed to 10 meters. On June 5th, completed dive 86 with 3 mission specialists. Mission 4, June 7th to June 15th. Polar Prince departed St. John's on June 7th. Due to weather at the Titanic site, the Polar Prince transited 400 nautical miles to the northwest of the Titanic site. On June 11th, while conducting dive number 87, Titan experienced a variable ballast tank issue. Upon resurfacing, an error caused the platform to become inverted approximately 45 degrees, with the bow of the Titan up, slamming all 4 persons to the aft of the submersible. The Titan became partially disconnected from the Lars platform, with the approximate 6-foot gap, slammed the submersible and the occupants for approximately 1 hour until the platform issue was corrected. (2023) Titanic expedition. On the right is the track of the Polar Prince to the RMS Titanic dive location. On the lower left is an image of the Polar Prince towing the Lars with the Titan aboard out of the harbor in St. John's. Mission 5, June 16th. Polar Prince departed St. John's at 9:31 a.m. local Newfoundland Daylight Time, 2.5 hours behind Universal Coordinated Time, with 42 total persons on board, 17 crew, 24 clients, and 1 non-designated person, en route to the Titanic wreck site. The 17 crew consisted of the Polar Prince crew members. The 24 clients consisted of 7 OceanGate employees, 11 third-party contractors, 4 mission specialists, and 2 mission specialist companions. According to the Polar Prince deck logbook, after departing the harbor, the tow was set to 2,500 meters astern of that vessel. June 17th, the day was spent with an all-hands meeting, training, lunch, presentations, and more training, dinner, and a dive plan review that evening. (2023) Titanic expedition. At the right is the C20088 dive plan for Mission 5, showing the time for various events. Mission 5, June 18th at 5:15 a.m. local time. The Polar Prince arrived in the vicinity of the Titanic wreck site location, and according to their logbook, they shortened the tow line. The average speed throughout the transit of the Polar Prince with the Titan and Lars in tow was approximately 8.3 knots. At 5:30 a.m. local time, according to the Titan dive plan C20088, a 15-minute final dive brief was held in the helicopter hangar. The final risk index for dive 88 was calculated to be 35. The image on the left shows the weather on the expedition. The simplified weather was as follows. The on-scene weather in the vicinity of the Titanic wreck site on the accident day was southwest winds at 13 to 19 knots, with a 2 to 3 meter wave height. (2023) Titanic expedition, June 18th, 2023 continues. Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local time, the accommodation ladder had been placed over the side of the vessel. An accommodation ladder is a set of stairs used for transitioning from a vessel to another vessel or dock. At 5:58 a.m. local time, a 16-foot C-Max rigid hull inflatable boat was launched, which was crewed by the dinghy captain, diver number 1, diver number 2, and dive support. At 6:24 a.m. local, another rigid hull inflatable boat was launched and transited to the Lars platform. This was the same type of vessel as the other and was crewed by the dinghy captain, platform operator, and platform assistant. At approximately 6:30 a.m. local, the divers commenced their dive and Titan vessel checks commenced. At approximately 7:35 a.m. local, one of the rigid hull inflatable boats was loaded with the Dive 88 crew to transcend 2023 Titanic Expedition, June 18, 2023, Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local, the accommodation inflatable boats was loaded with the Dive 88 crew to transcend 2023 Titanic Expedition, June 18, 2023, Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local, the accommodation ladder had been placed over the side of the vessel. An accommodation ladder is a set of stairs used for transitioning from a vessel to another vessel or dock. At 5:58 a.m. local, a 16-foot C-Max rigid hull inflatable boat was launched, which was crewed by the dinghy captain, diver number 1. 24 a.m. local, another rigid hull inflatable boat was approximately 30 feet below the surface of the water. Mission 5, June 18, 2023 continues. At 9:14 a.m. local, according to the Polar Prince deck log, the Titan disengaged from the Lars platform, maneuvered away, and proceeded to dive with 5 persons aboard. At 9:18 and 16 seconds a.m. local, the Polar Prince sent a K communication to the Titan. According to the OceanGate communication sheet, K means comms check. The approximated depth of the Titan was 165 meters. 44 seconds later, the Titan requested a comms check with a communication of K to the Polar Prince. The Polar Prince received a ping from the Titan approximately every 5 to 10 seconds. Communications continued throughout the descent. There were no transmissions which indicated trouble or an emergency aboard the Titan. At 10:47:27 a.m. local, the Titan messaged dropped 2 WTS. The depth of the Titan was approximately 3,341 meters. This was the last message that was sent from the Titan. 6 seconds later, at 10:47:33 a.m. local, the Titan was pinged for the final time. The Titan's location was 41.73441 north, minus 49.9424 east. The depth of the Titan was 3,346 meters. At 10:49 and 50 seconds a.m. local, the Polar Prince sent a message to the Titan that stated, "Lost tracking." There was no response. The Polar Prince continued messaging the Titan 2 or 3 times per minute with no response. At 11:15 a.m. local, the master of the Polar Prince was advised that as of approximately 10:47 a.m., there was a loss of communication with Titan. According to the mission director, they followed the miscommunication protocol outlined in the OceanGate Health, Safety, and Environmental Manual. According to the mission director, in accordance with the OceanGate Health, Safety, and Environmental procedures, and based upon the last known position of the Titan, and given the 2 meter per minute ascent rate, the Titan was expected to surface at approximately 3 p.m. local time. Mission 5, June 18, 2023 continues. When the Titan did not surface, OceanGate followed their health, safety, and environmental procedures, and the Polar Prince began a grid pattern surface search. The grid pattern search resulted in negative sightings. The master of the Polar Prince stated, at 1827 or 627, following a meeting in my cabin with, amongst others, OceanGate staff, I called the Joint Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax by sat phone, but communications with the Joint Rescue Coordination Center were shortly thereafter cut off. When I reestablished communication, I was informed by the Joint Rescue Coordination Center that the area of the Titanic wreck is under the search and rescue jurisdiction of the Rescue Coordination Center in Boston. At 7:10 p.m. local on June 18, 2023, in accordance with the OceanGate loss of communication protocol, after 3 hours of searching the surface with negative results, the Polar Prince contacted the Canadian Coast Guard, who referred them to the U.S. Coast Guard Rescue Coordination Center in Boston. Upon receiving the notification, the 1st Coast Guard District Command Center entered Distress Phase 4. On June 22, 2023, at 10:50 a.m. local time, the Pelagic Research Services 6000 remotely operated vehicle, which had been searching since arrival at the distress location, discovered the aft tail cone and other debris of the Titan on the seafloor after extensive searching. This discovery led to the conclusive evidence of the catastrophic loss of the submersible Titan and the death of all 5 crew members aboard. To the right is an image of some of the Titan wreckage on the seafloor. During the 2 recovery operations, presumed human remains were recovered from the Titan ocean floor site. The remains were recovered and respectfully transported to shore. The Air Force Medical Examiner System, located at Dover, Delaware, positively identified DNA profile for the 5 victims, and the Rhode Island Medical Examiner matched the DNA profiles to the victims and coordinated decedent affairs with the families. This concludes Coast Guard Exhibit 001, the hearing overview factual presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'd like to make one correction to the voiceover for the presentation. On slide 6, the OceanGate Foundation was, the voiceover indicated that was a company under OceanGate, and there's just an associated organization. Also, there were some lost voiceover communications during the presentation. That exhibit will be posted on the Coast Guard's public site for review, if the public is interested in reviewing it in depth. At this time, we're going to show an animation that was created by Coast Guard auxiliarist Gary Markle. This animation was created using automatic identification system information from the Polar Prince, as well as telemetry data that was provided from the Titan submersible. It includes all of the text communications between the surface vessel and the Titan, which were the only means of communication during the dive. Lieutenant Steele? This concludes our animation, recreation of the events. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess before we call our first witness, Mr. Tony Nissen. And so this hearing will reconvene at 9:40. Thank you.
Sure. So if you go to upper store and go right, go through that first corridor, and then right on the left-hand side, you'll see the water fountains and right there.
Other presentations that we need to listen to the audio?
Nope. This is all now just exhibits.
Apologize, I was doing my best with the presentation.
No, dude, we did good.
And I'm not sure what's going on with why that bar was showing is showing now, but it didn't earlier. It also perfection. That's what we're going for here.
We strive for it, but we are great with accents. And we're excellent.
Have you read my marks? Then we'll talk about it.
Good to see you. Hope to see you soon.
and factual evidence provided to supply the background for Exhibit 001 included extensive evidence provided by OceanGate. And since the beginning, they have been providing the MBI with the requested documents. So we appreciate that. Thank you. At this time, we will now hear testimony from Mr. Tony Nissen, the former OceanGate Director of Engineering. Mr. Nissen, thank you for being here today. Lieutenant Steele will administer your oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Nissen, Lieutenant Commander Whalen will be the lead for your questioning. Lieutenant Commander Whalen.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Nissen.
Morning, sir.
All of my questions are related to your background and then your experience with OceanGate as a Director of Engineering.
Sure, sounds good.
I'd like to thank you for being here, and I will ask you, as I am asking you questions, we will take breaks. If you need a break, please let us know. We'll let you take a break.
I may need a couple, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nissen, I would first like to start off by having you tell me about your education and relevant work history prior to OceanGate.
Sure, sir, if I may, just take a minute, I just wanted to express my condolences to those lost directly. I know up to June of 2019, and there's some things that I saw in this presentation that are disturbing. I didn't think I'd need a break, but I wasn't kidding when I said I might need one later on. There's some things that bother me professionally and personally. So I apologize for some of my pauses. Education and background.
Yes, sir.
We'll start as it pertains to this function.
Yes, sir.
Solely, right? I mean, we all bring our histories to the table when we do stuff, but sometimes it's not appropriate. For this one, it actually started back in the 90s. I was an electronics tech in the Navy. I went in there wanting to be a firefighter, but that didn't work out. I went to dive school. I was a Navy deep sea diver and an electronics tech. So in those two functions, the electronics-wise, I could troubleshoot anything from a toaster to a radar set. Back then, even digital circuits. I'm old enough where I got tube theory. I don't know that they do that anymore. I left the Navy going into hyperbaric medicine. I was a HBO tech. I installed and ran the first multi-place hyperbaric facility in the state of Utah in the late 90s. Most of what we did there was wound healing and treatment, but it was a multi-place facility big enough to treat, I think it was a family of 6 or so. These are really large life support systems in hyperbaric environments. Definitely not to be confused with a hypobaric environment. I went to college after that, wanting to study electrical engineering. I was just good at electronics. Found that I love understanding how stuff breaks. So I studied material science and engineering, graduated from UC Berkeley with a bachelor's in that. For focus at college, I focused on carbon fiber structures, corrosion, electronic materials, and nautical science. Took a semester in shipbuilding. One of the most interesting classes I ever took. It turned out to help me a lot. After I got my degree with a background in electronics, I was hired by ATK Launch Systems. We built the solid rocket boosters for the space shuttle. I designed instruments for them. My claim to fame there is I designed an instrument to measure temperature, pressure, and displacement inside an O-ring groove during a rocket motor firing. A very difficult task to do. If everybody remembers the first space shuttle accident, that was an O-ring failure. And it turned out 20 years later, we were still troubleshooting possible blow-by by O-rings. In that job, I ascended to the level of project engineer. And so I was more or less the integration project engineer for the assembly of really, really large structures, rockets, more or less. I got a little bit more education in there. I have a certification in configuration management, CM2 principles from the Institute of Configuration Management. That's a semester-long course that we took in 2 weeks. Critical to maybe the discussion we're going to talk about today, for sure. I thought space vehicles was interesting. Wasn't my passion. Trying to find something different. One thing led to another. I got picked up to build a test facility for BE Aerospace in Everett, Washington, and I did that. I built a test facility to test FAA and EASA conformed structures for static testing meant to go inside aircraft. I built that structure for about $250,000, and we outperformed Boeing 23-11. I just wanted that on public record. After that, I went to certification. I ran projects installing certified systems in aircraft. Not my passion either. And then I found OceanGate. And I applied to OceanGate to be a technician. I just wanted to build submersibles. That was it. I actually didn't want to do the role. I didn't apply for the role that they asked me to do. That's probably my background in a nutshell for this.
You had mentioned certification. Can you talk to me about the importance of certification at your previous jobs?
Right, that's a good question. A certification provides a path for an outcome. It's a known path. It's a structured path. The outcome is not guaranteed, unfortunately. As we have certification in aircraft, every so often we still lose a plane. There are, in certification paths, there are allowances, maybe for convenience, that seem to not stop biting us in the rear. For example, in aviation certification, there is a term called similarity. And so when design engineers and project engineers and program managers are sitting at a table looking at a path forward, and they're trying to figure out how are we going to make this work, and you need to pick a certification path, the first one you want to do is similarity. And similarity says that, well, this design isn't different enough that we need a different part number or a different certification path. So even within certification itself, there's some ways that we get bitten by it, and it's out of convenience, and it's out of respect for cost, quite frankly. To go recertify an airplane, a passenger airplane, almost prohibitively expensive, which is why the path of similarity is loved so much. But the certification path itself does give a structured way to get someplace. Usually it's been vented. Usually it's been tested and found to be helpful. Does that answer that?
Yes. Thank you, sir. In what year did you begin working with OceanGate?
March of 2016.
Okay. And in March of 2016, what were you hired on as?
The Director of Engineering.
Okay. And what were your roles and responsibilities in that job as the Director of Engineering?
It's another interesting question. So I was pitched by OceanGate that the Cyclops 2 craft was nearly complete in the sense that all the items were in place. They just needed somebody to take it over the finish line. And they wanted somebody with an extensive marine background. I didn't talk about that in my quals. Taught sailing and yachting. I have a Coast Guard master's license, 50-ton. They wanted somebody that was, originally I was going to be the director of marine operations as well. They were having some issues in the marine side, and that's the execution side. So in their mind's eye, I was going to put together the parts and then just start executing it. And so I was, my apologies, that's my watch telling me I have an abnormally high heart rate. I was originally asked to just finish this. It was going to be a year, and that's it. I wasn't asked to design a sub.
Okay, and we'll get into that a little bit further.
Sounds good.
When you joined OceanGate, was there a company mission or a vision, and how did that progress moving forward throughout your years?
Can you help me understand, like, a little bit about, like, what do you want to know about company?
Of course.
Vision, I
So
guess.
as you joined in 2016,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned the Cyclops 2 project,
Mhm.
which we now know to be, or if you can confirm that is the Titan
Mhm.
project.
It
correct?
was,
And
yeah.
so from here on out, if we could, we'll call it, understand the Cyclops 2 is Titan.
Sure.
Okay. So what was the vision for the site, for the Titan? And Mr. Rush's vision, as you know it, for the Titan in the future of OceanGate?
Right. This might be hard to believe. When I hired on, I had no idea they planned on going to the Titanic. I was never told that.
At what point were you told that?
I was, it was a couple weeks that I was working. I was talking to Joe Perry in his office, and he had a big bottle of the Titanic in there, and I thought, oh, that's a cool model. You must love ships, you must love wrecks. He didn't even come out and tell me specifically, but just the way that he was talking, I thought, oh, these guys plan on going on the Titanic. I had no idea. I know that sounds weird. Like, why would you take a job where you don't know what that vision is? But no, I wasn't told that's where we're going. I was told, hey, here's this carbon fiber idea in a submersible, and we want you to go finish it and put it together. Sure, I need something to do for a year.
In your preliminary interview, you stated that you were a good fit for OceanGate. If you remember, can you expound on that to exactly what you meant by that?
In order to fit a organization that, one, needs leadership and guidance. Two, is going to do something new and different, kind of outside the box. So you definitely have to be able to think outside the box. I am not a sustaining engineer. I'm glad we have them, but a sustaining engineer just keeps the design that's already there going. I would be bored to tears if I were to do that. So that doesn't fit my persona at all. I love the sea. It's not that I love everything about it, but I love working in the sea. I'm not a big fan of scuba diving unless I have tools in my pocket. I love doing stuff down there. I love the quiet and the serenity of it. I love ships. I love going to sea. And I love operations like that. I think they're fun. It gives me something in the morning to look forward to. I'm not much of a sit behind the computer, although I have one here, kind of a person. And so you kind of need to be that type of person to do that. It's to be able to be a technical person and an operations person. That is a very unique body to do.
And I'd like to read a quote from your preliminary interview, which is what I'd like to speak more pointed to. And you stated, I think every regulatory agency, with the exception, well, it is the FDA, Nuclear Regulatory Agency, Regulatory Commission, EOSA, FAA, Another regulatory body, I don't know, quite a few. So complying with regulatory requirements, I had pretty broad experience with that as well. So pretty much from OceanGate's perspective, I was probably a good fit.
Yes. So that is another maybe unique history is to know how these regulatory bodies work. They all work a little bit differently, really, but then to understand some things like what the difference is between should and shall. Believe it or not, that's a long discussion in engineering planning meetings and when you're trying to get a design through. Do we have to do it? Or is it a good idea? And that's beyond whether or not the team gets past the discussion of whether or not it's a good idea or not. But no, true. To be able to understand what a regulatory body means, maybe even how to communicate with them, which is a little bit different, is probably helpful, I think.
When you began with OceanGate, what was the size of the engineering department at OceanGate?
0. It was Stockton, really. Let's say 1, but he wasn't doing the engineering. So the OceanGate employee, I was number 1. OceanGate had agreements to use APL for control systems and mechanical systems. And then it was Brian Spencer for the hull. And they already had an engineering team identified to cast titanium domes if it went that way. Brian Spencer would have been the carbon fiber end domes if they would have gone that way. And so that team was already in place, and that was the engineering team that Stockton was using for a while until they got there.
Okay. And we'll get more into those as well.
Sure.
So how many total employees were at OceanGate at the time when you first came on? Approximate.
6, 7, 8, 9, probably 10, I'd say. Mostly operations, 1 marketing, COO, Stockton.
And how would you describe the workplace environment when you started with the company?
It was, the first week was great. It was hard to catch up to them. It was obvious that I was coming into what I felt was like a club, and that's kind of hard being an outsider. All these folks had worked so long, and so I was searching for how am I going to establish my legs here, and what am I going to do? So the first week was good. It was quite literally the second week where I started wondering like how am I going to be here? How am I going to exist? So it was a challenge from about week 2 on.
And were you able to overcome that challenge?
No, I don't think so. Not within the broader OceanGate whatsoever. But the engineering team that I built, absolutely. I think we ended up getting to about 25 people, I think, if I remember right. It was pretty substantial. We were 50% of the company, and I think I felt most at home there. But no, until I hired my first hire, maybe I didn't mention that in my calls. I'm not afraid to stand in the forest alone, and I was kind of like that a bit.
And you had stated that when you first were hired, you weren't aware of the Titanic expedition vision or moving forward.
No, yeah.
So what were you told regarding the Titan project at the beginning of your employment? Where did you come into that process at?
They were just going to build a deep sea carbon fiber hulled submersible. And I thought, that's interesting. Okay. Like, they have a couple of reports that said it's possible. All the items were in place. Really, it was an integration project. So, yeah, I could do that.
Was there any mention of having this submersible classed or built to a classification standard?
There was talk about, Yes, so Stockton would go back and forth on whether or not he was going to have it class, but the classing conversation was always there, and the inspection. And when I came on, it was going to be a much more collaborative effort with either regulatory or classing agencies. And I know throughout the weeks, I think Stockton tried. I don't know any of those conversations, but I know that when we would talk, he would like to have it, or he would have liked to have it done. It seemed like a dead end for him every step of the way, and I wish I knew why it never got there.
And so when you entered the company, how far along was the Titan project?
So Dave Dyer at APL had a mechanical systems drawing. Pete Brodsky had the control system done. That was all done on Cyclops 1. The landing gear, everything external to the hull, that was on Cyclops 1. Mechanical and electrical was already done, by APL. There was a company in, I think it was Albany, Oregon, that was to cast the titanium domes. Turned out to be not a viable option. Brian Spencer of Spencer Composites had the hull figured out. His analyst, Grover, produced a design and analysis report that said that this thing is going to go well beyond, which I can show you later, well beyond what the target was. All those parts were in place. That's it. We were supposed to get the same parts that were on Cyclops 1 and put them on Cyclops 2, and great, put it together. Let's go test it, qual it, cert it, and done.
So what was your role as a director of engineering specific to the Titan project when you came in with Titan?
It was to bring that together. Right.
And what were some of the challenges that you faced with implementing Cyclops 1 parts, specifications, applications, and accessories to the carbon fiber hull on the Titan?
That's a good question. So the big challenge for the differences between Cyclops 1 and Titan, and I gotta say, when we're talking about Titan here, and me with respect to Titan, and we're talking about the development, this is serial number 1. Like what they did in serial number 2, I don't know. So
You can expound on that.
yeah, so and it's kind of, I don't want to make a ton of corrections to your presentation. Loved it. It was great. I think on sheet 2, it talked about Titan. There was no differentiating Titan, but there absolutely is. The serial number 1 is not serial number 2. And then I wish I think it was sheet 1, we're talking about, I think it's the very first sentence in the very first paragraph, we talked about identifying whether or not there's technical issues and design problems and whatnot, but culture is missing from there. I wish I would have seen culture on there, for sure. But the differences between Cyclops 1 and Titan serial number 1. Where are you going to get the power from? So Cyclops 1 had the power for the thrusters and everything internal, underneath the floor, big battery bank. We couldn't do that in Titan. And Cyclops 2, that was a huge difference. Another significant difference was Omar at Interspace kept promising the thrusters to us, and this went on for months. I would call him, it seemed like every week, and he finally said, well, I can't give you the same ones. You're going to have a different thruster, and I think it had to do something with the resolver inside the thruster, but it was a way that the thruster communicated with whatever inputs were coming in. That's where I wanted to stop my education on thrusters. That's it. But okay, so I can't use that, and that forced me to hire an electrical engineer and a software engineer, because everything that Pete Brodsky had done at APL was now not going to be used. And then now all the hardware that was inside the control bottles had to be changed and different. And so the systems-wise, the most difficult part of that transition really was the control system and how are we going to store battery power? How are we going to get that between the two submersibles?
And I think it's important with your role as the Director of Engineering with regards to Cyclops 1 and to the Titan project to understand the timeline of the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab, which you had mentioned earlier. What was the role of the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab as you knew it as the Director of Engineering?
Dave Dyer was the mechanical representative, so he was a mechanical engineer. He did mechanical systems, so bladders, designs, landing gear, stuff like that. If you had a wire going to it, Dave wasn't your person. Pete Brodsky did controls, and then the operations group really did the primary power, secondary power, battery storage. But for APL, that was it.
And how would you describe the working relationship between the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate?
It depends on who you were.
In your
If you were, from my perspective,
Yeah.
Pete Brodsky and I got along well. Pete Brodsky and Stockton, not so much as we got to Titan. Titan. Pete wasn't okay with using glass spheres on the outside and decided to remove himself from the project for that reason. And respectfully, Stockton didn't make a big issue of it to Pete at all, but he was mattered and all get out for sure. He was not happy about that because we were losing Pete. And Dave Dyer, if you were the director of operations at the time was Scott Griffith, and then marine operations was Dave Lockridge. That working relationship was great, but it wasn't so great with me.
And this is approximately 2016 to 2017?
This is 2016. This is spring of 2016, early summer, late spring. As we got into the June, I think it was June or July, we tested the 1/3 scale to find out where it destructed. So that was that summer. So leading into that, very tumultuous time. So starting about a week or two after I hired on, up until that implosion.
And that was with you in the operations division or with UW APL?
No, the UW APL, the Dave Dyer with very cozy to Scott Griffith and David Lockridge. It was in May of that time when I put together a good case to sever that relationship, and we did.
And that's about the time that you decided, or OceanGate decided to bring all engineering in-house with the exception of utilizing the testing facility at UW APL.
We did, yeah, we had to.
And you had mentioned the glass spheres, the motor pod controllers that are external to the pressure hull. Can you describe to me what those are and why they're utilized and why glass was so important?
The glass spheres, they're actually rated really, really well. You can go deep with those things, and they're used in other systems. So this is, in engineering, we would call it COTS. It's commercial off the shelf. And don't reinvent something if somebody's already got it. And the glass spheres were it. It comes with some baggage. Got to take care of them. And you have to really be careful about the sealing surfaces, and when maintenance on them is a little bit trickier because when you take the two halves apart, you now have glass spheres to worry about. But if you oil fill them, your depth is, we'd have to look at the spec sheet. Let's say it's really deep because of oil being non-compressible. So glass spheres was always seen as a great option for the durability and the ability to go. The issue with glass spheres is if they're not oil filled and they fail, it's catastrophic. It's an implosion, and it's not like a metal or a metallic implosion. These have very, very high strength values, but they're brittle, just like the glass in our homes.
And so the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab said that utilizing glass spheres in the atmosphere on the outside, so not in the pressure hull, was a no starter for them.
For Pete Brodsky, for sure. And you wouldn't put glass spheres in the inside. Well, I guess you could. It'd be overkill. But for the outside, no. And even oil filling them, Pete was not. He was not okay with it, and so personally, he didn't want to be part of it.
And that was the point at which OceanGate ceased the engineering
With Pete.
with Pete.
Yep.
Did it continue with Mr. Dyer?
If I remember right, we severed Mr. Dyer with Dave Dyer before Pete. I think we tried to get Pete's help after. I'd have to take a look at that timeline again, but I'm trying to. Dave Dyer was the more pressing issue because that was the early summer of 2016, where engineering actions that we had to do to complete the bill. He was just non-communicating, and that's really the time. But Pete was after that. And so, actually, it's fair to say that we didn't sever the relationship with APL all at once at the same time. This is a phased-out approach.
And did you end up utilizing the glass spheres as the motor pod controller?
I think we ended up, if I remember right, we designed some aluminum spheres, tested them. I don't think they survived very well, so we went to glass, oil filled them, if I remember right. I'd have to shake that one out of the brain.
You mentioned Spencer Composites. Were you involved in the carbon fiber hull winding process?
I watched the whole thing. That's it. So in the process itself, you're talking about the physical
Correct.
build of it.
Yes.
Yeah, so I set up GoPro cameras and watched most of it. I think it took a month, so 4 or 6 weeks or something like that. It was a long time. But I went and watched it. We were watching for. We were just watching for bad behavior. Is it more than anything? Not that we didn't trust them, just carbon fiber structures are really all about process, and you want to make sure that the process is done well, so we wanted to watch that.
Did you ever visit Spencer Composites, and what was your technical opinion of the facilities and processes which you
Oh, a lot, yeah. Well, technical opinion, Brian's done a lot of neat stuff. He's built a lot of, and he prides himself on doing the one-offs, for sure. Facility-wise, it's a bit dirty for me. I guess it wasn't for him, but it was a little bit of a concern of ours. Thought, well, let's just make sure that nobody's blowing the leaf blower around here because of all this dust while they're winding it. It definitely wasn't aviation grade clean facility for sure.
And can you describe the process and why contamination in the area would be extremely important to the hull?
Well, so I have to say that's not my expertise. Okay. That's Brian's. And I mentioned to Brian, do we put a hood over this? No, it's fine. I thought, oh, okay. So part of the GoPro cameras and me watching it was we didn't want to make sure no bird flying ahead laid anything to rest inside the windings while it was going down. So it was a little bit of a babysitting job, because if it was a suggestion that we made, such as we're going to put a hood over this, are we worried about dust or something, it was definitely not well received.
And as the director of engineering, did you make all engineering decisions?
No,
Did you make any engineering decisions?
yes.
And who would make the majority of the engineering decisions?
It was Stockton, for sure. And so I just want to mention that I can't remember the name of this poem. I think it's a poem, right? But grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. My job as the director of engineering is more about rounding up the cattle than it is about making all the choices, for sure. Showing the leadership to the younger people that are coming in, but then maybe to raise the technical questions when it's appropriate and go do that research. If I could control it, or if I did control it, it was a significant problem or a significant issue, which maybe we'll talk about. That's how 18 strain gauges got on the hull. I wasn't going to settle for anything else. So an engineering decision like that, I made it. And Stockton and I argued about it a lot. But pretty much, if the technical decision for, well, let's say the technical decisions for the case itself, the carbon fiber structure, as Brian Spencer, I could raise the alarms all I want, but it's Brian Spencer, and I look at Stockton, and he'd say, this is what we got. This is what we're going with. To the extent that I wasn't comfortable really with the fact that we weren't going to have witness panels. I couldn't understand that about Brian. Like, how would you build this without a witness panel? That's so basic. Seems so basic. But I couldn't stop that. To get the witness panels, the manual was already done, and Stockton wanted to go with that. So this is just a couple of examples of how I could influence it, and some things that, if it mattered enough, then I'd fight for it. And if it didn't matter enough, I'd find a way I can mitigate it.
And was that Mr. Rush's management technique just to you, or was that employed throughout others that you witnessed at Ocean Gate?
Yeah, Stockton, I'm struggling to find the professional words to be able to put it. I'm an old Navy diver, right? There's a bunch of words I could use, but Stockton would fight for what he wanted, and what he wanted, even if it changed from day to day, right? Like he would fight for what he wanted, and he wouldn't give an inch much at all. So the fights that I had with Stockton, most of it behind closed doors, because as the director of engineering, let's keep continuity in the crew, and they can't really know that the two people on top are in solid disagreement. Most people would just eventually back down from Stockton. Like it was almost death by 1,000 cuts in most of the things. I hope that answers that question. I don't know a really good professional way to organize that in my brain right now.
Understood. You had mentioned witness panels. Can you briefly explain what a witness panel is for the record?
Right, so witness panel, if you were to, what was the whole, like 8 feet or something, if you're gonna make an 8-foot carbon fiber structure like this, make 2 extra feet. Cut those off. Keep those in a vault or someplace temperature controlled, humidity controlled, and wrap them up. So if you have a problem, you can go back to what it was. You can do mechanical testing on it, you can do chemical testing on it, you can send it to where you need to go. But like in the case where we're sitting here today, somebody's going to try to come up with a reason why this thing imploded, serial number 2 now, without a way to know how it was built. It's, in these types of systems, that's a pretty important thing to do.
Did you make that recommendation?
100%. 100%.
And it was denied by,
Brian Spencer in Stockton. The mandrel was already built and the size was already committed. So when I came into the program, that was done. They already had a plan to go forward with it. So there's, you know, some, I think it was David Lockridge's complaint. You know, I think in one of the complaints was you can see light through the end. Well, that's because there's the 3 inches. If you could see light, I mean, there's discussion to happen around that, but let's suppose that you could. That's the 3 inches that was supposed to be cut off. Witness panel would have been the one to measure that, and Brian Stockton didn't want to do it. Stockton, I think for that one, Stockton was more open to it. I think he was already it was already on course to get done, right? I came into the program for serial number 1, and they had already, the size was committed, mandrel was already committed and built. Brian Spencer already had his path. Items like that, and the fact that maybe we shouldn't cast titanium domes and put this in deep sea pressure because of the void concentration, Stockton really didn't know and understand at the time. And for a while there was probably a honeymoon phase with Stockton and I for a while, because it kind of blew his mind. He actually told me one day over lunch, he's like, "Thank God you were here."
and why do you think he was making those decisions? Are you aware of why he was making those decisions? Was there a benefit to him, or just the way he thought?
To not like build another mandrel?
Correct.
Oh, it was cost. Yeah. I mean, we could have done it.
And what about testing? Was any testing conducted on the first Titan hull? Prior or while it
Yeah,
was
so-
just after its manufacturing?
Right, okay. So, yeah. So mechanical testing really wasn't something that we could do on it. Acoustic testing, we wanted to do on it, and we tried. We had some experts come and take a look at the parts that were cut off and try to get through the hull. We went and saw Boeing acoustic experts and said, how can we go do this and go find whether or not we have voids in there? And Stockton and I were concerned about a void in an interstitial void, or which could either be a delam, a full delamination, or not. So when I say a void, there's going to be microvoids in there. Let me back up and say, when I'm talking void at this scale, it's a large scale void. It's a intralayer delamination. So we were concerned about that because of what we saw in the 1/3 scale, and so we reached out to Boeing and went down there and talked to them, like, how can we get a good measurement? At 5 inches thick, you really start to lose your ability to do that well. Two types of acoustic emissions, which maybe we'll talk about later, right? We had some experts look at it, and we didn't yield results that we could do much with.
You've talked about 1/3 scale models.
Mhm.
Can you explain to me the importance of a 1/3 scale model and walk me through the 1/3 scale model testing that was conducted when you were the director of engineering?
Sure, right. So I came in March of 2016. They already had a 1/3 scale model built.
Who built all the 1/3 scale?
Brian Spencer. Yeah. So serial number 1 is that hull. It's all Brian. It's there isn't any carbon fiber or anything that was not Brian for serial number 1, and that's my tenure, all the way to June 2019. So the 1/3 scale, the importance of the 1/3 scale is structures like this can be very linear. If they're nonlinear, that's a much different much different problem. And so if you're 1/3 scale and you go to 1/3 to depth, and you have 1/3 nearly everything and it's linear in its path, then you can scale up, and you can scale up by just drawing a straight line. Engineers like that stuff. It's when we start doing this that things get complicated. So the 1/3 scale was seen as a way to understand whether or not the full scale would operate and how good it would be, assuming the elephant in the room is that you make the 1/3 scale the same way that you make the full. And carbon fiber structures are all about processing. And so if you have two people that are making a 1/3 scale and you wind that, it might take you a week or so. But when you do 6 weeks of winding a very, very large, that process should be controlled probably pretty well. You want to make sure you get that same result.
And was it in this case?
For our 1/3, so that particular 1/3 scale, so it suffered, before I got there, I actually got to see the carbon fiber dome implosion in March of 2016. That was before I actually came on. Stockton invited me to, hey, come watch this. I thought, great. Went down to UW and saw this, and that was a rapid decompression. I don't know much about it, except that apparently there was 2 others before they've tested this thing. Nice slide, look at the States, I learned a lot. 2 other decompressions, and so the 4th test, when we tested that 3rd scale in June of 2016, wasn't surprised that it failed where it did, but also not surprised because I just so happened to have a piece of virgin material that I could take to Boeing, and we scanned it, and we believe we saw a DLAM about a quarter inch in, and so that was predicted to implode before, like where Brian thought that it would go, and what his design and analysis report would tell us.
And if these 1/3 scale models were imploding, was anything changed to the manufacturing process of the full hull to actually meet the requirements of the build?
For serial number 1, Brian was not willing to change anything that he did.
So the 1/3 scale models, which were tested, did not meet the requirements of what would be a full scale to get to the depth of 4,000 meters.
Yeah, I don't remember my conversation with Brian. I said it kind of fell short of what your DAR, a design and analysis report, is saying that we should be. Stockton's justification was, well, it's suffered 3 other rapid decompressions, and it's a compromised hull. You'd have to do one that's brand new. And Brian Spencer wasn't willing to do anything different. He held firm that his hull was going to hold. So when we went to titanium, I put together, there's actually a plan and drawings for this, to do a 1/3 scale of with 1/3 titanium domes and 1/3 viewport. I think that cost came in at, it was gonna be like 100,000, 150,000, something like that total, and that was killed. So we weren't gonna be able to do that, but another 1/3 scale for the engineering department was planned.
And with the 1/3 scale testing, were you actually able to ever to get to the pressure which would equivalent to the depth that you were rated for?
So I think the target requirement if I remember, it was 4,000 meters, right? And we imploded the 1/3 scale at 42, I believe, but we wanted, the conservatism that Stockton wanted was 45. So we met the target depth, the target operational depth with conservatism. If Titanic was the target goal, not to put 3,300 meters on there, we made it 4,000, and then 4,000, another 500 on top of that, feeling like that was gonna be the conservatism. Stockton was okay with that. And so we never met the 4,500, if I remember right. Like, I don't even know if I have that sheet. You guys might know, we can talk about that.
So that 1/3 scale model that you said, or sort of stated, that made it to a 4,200.
I think we imploded at 42, if I remember right. It could be wrong, but this is definitely discoverable.
In your opinion, was that the exact 1/3 scale model of what the full hull was for the first Titan hull?
It was, yeah. Surprisingly, he made it 1/3. Yeah.
Moving forward from the 1/3 scale models, I'd like to talk a little bit about the gluing procedures.
Sure.
The titanium and gluing procedures.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
So one,
There's a lot to it.
there is a lot to it. If you could talk a little bit about the procedure that you used, the glue that you used, and if you had any, professional consultation on how this was done.
Right, so the professional consultation was, Brian, I'm going to move this over here. The professional consultation was Brian Spencer. That's gluing carbon fiber structures is additionally his expertise. That's what he does. Brian sent the two people that wound the serial number 1 to Alameda, where we had very big lathes and cranes, and so we had to prep the gluing interface and have a way to move it around and put the titanium rings on it and get the alignment right. So I wasn't comfortable with doing that myself. So we got Brian Spencer to send 2 staff to go do the gluing procedure. And what I made sure was that we were on square, straight. And so when that was done, it was plumb and level. And that's what I cared about most. How to glue that is Brian's expertise. And I think you asked what material we used. On serial number 1, I think we used EA 9394, if I remember right, with a compressibility of like 56,000 KSI. Which really, really strong stuff, and we might get into a discussion later on that interface. I mean, all material science and all engineering is all at the interfaces, and so that's an important thing to know.
And had this been used before in deep sea submersible industry?
I don't know. It's a good question. Brian wasn't willing. I wanted something a little bit more flexible, and he wasn't willing to change that.
So you had mentioned Boeing.
Mm-hmm.
What involvement did Boeing have in the first Titan hull?
Okay, so it's a good question. Important to break up OceanGate into 3 companies or 3 phases, really. There's OceanGate 0.0. That's pre-March of 2016. Then there's OceanGate 1.0. That's serial number 1, March of 2016 to June of 2019. That's my tenure. Then there's OceanGate 2.0, and that's Dan Scoville and Phil Brooks, June of 2019 on. Boeing was mostly involved with 0.0. And I don't know a lot about that. Mark Nagley, I think, is on your list to talk to. Mark did some analysis, I believe, for Stockton. I did go to Boeing to take parts to them to get acoustic data on, so some of the testing for the 1/3 scale. And I took the pieces of the cutoff pieces, if I could learn anything from it, from the full hole. And we met with some acoustic folks in Boeing, trying to understand like how could we go measure and verify void concentration in this. And from my tenure, that's about where it goes, and that's it.
Did yourself or OceanGate ever make notice of the Titan or notify make notice of the Titan and its construction and purpose to the Coast Guard?
Did we make notification to the Coast Guard that we were building it?
Yes.
Is that, oh, I don't know. Yeah, business choice. I was strictly technical, and Stockton liked to keep him and Neil. They kept the business to them. So quite honestly, I had my hands full, and I wouldn't want to know it.
Okay. So if you were strictly technical, would you have been aware of classification societies were ever notified or discussed with for the Titan submersible?
So I know Stockton was in a spat with folks from the class societies. I don't know them all. He would bring me in if he would talk about, he was annoyed. Another role, a director of engineering, you're the shoulder everybody cries on. And, I listened to him. And he was annoyed that they wrote letters to him, and it was too expensive to class, and they didn't want to be part of the project. Yeah, that's what I know about that. I wish, quite honestly, I wish they would have been part of the project. I mean, to do a collaborative venture on this would have been nice. On a professional scale, it was annoying to me that we didn't share data, or they didn't want to be part of it.
At what point did you know that the submersible is not going to be classed or adhere to structural
That's a
standards of the
good-
class society?
Right, that's a good question. I don't know when we took this divergence. So the divergences were, I don't remember there being a defined day that, hey, we're going to try to get it classed here, and then we're going to go off this way. It was starting in the summer of 2006. Probably the summer of 2016. It was probably about the time we had to make the decision to go from grade 5 to grade 3 titanium, which I know I totally forgot that we did when I first talked to you guys. It was about that time where we were ramping up so much that there was. Almost felt like there was no room for it. I wish I had a better answer than that, but there was no discussion ever of now getting classed, and it was a further divergence from their involvement.
And with regard to the classification society, so discussing the classification society and the carbon fiber structure, was that the major issue with not being able to go classed?
I think it was part of the issue. Stockton's first issue was time and cost, like to go through their plan, and I think he really wanted them to be part of it. But I think the plan that they came up with, if I remember right, one of the days he was crying on my shoulder. It's going to take too long and way too expensive. He said, it's ridiculous. And in his words, it stifles innovation. I said, well, you could still be innovative. It might take a little bit longer, but there was a divorcing, so to speak, over the idea when he couldn't get traction on what he wanted.
Was there any discussion regarding classification societies and the structural safety of the hull?
What do you mean?
So the classification society provides, as you stated earlier, will provide oversight, consistent testing, retesting, which would, in anybody's eyes, you're looking at extended safety, right? So if it's not being classed because it takes too much time, it's too expensive. So in your mind, are you saying that you're giving up a little bit on safety to take away from the cost?
Classing, I don't think classing would have prevented this accident. And certification, my comment earlier holds, right? I mean, aircraft are certificated, and we still lose them. So that by itself, just by itself, I want to be careful in how I answer this, right? Because that is not going to prevent 100%. We absolutely could. We could 100%, engineering-wise, prevent all traffic accident deaths. 100%. We would all be giving up a lot of convenience to do that. Right? So the idea that we go through this certification or and this classification, it gives us a path to get there with good confidence that we're going to be successful, but certainly it doesn't prevent things like that. But that's with let's say classing of vessels and whatnot. There's other guidance that we look at, like ASME, right, that you want to follow, and engineers should follow. And I have some stuff that we could talk about. And so we didn't, for serial number one, we if we get to this here, which I hope we do, in the technical notes, that we followed the guidance that engineers would follow for solid development. And in fact, the analyst that I hired was a Boeing. I chose an aviation analyst to do the FEA models for that reason, so that we could follow like ASME guidance and put more of an aviation type discipline and standard into the development of what we're going to go build.
At the time of the build for the first Titan hull, was carbon fiber an approved material to be used from a classification society?
No, they didn't. I don't think so. I don't think they had a path for it, which was a little bit of probably the issue for Stockton.
Was the hull certified and stamped by a professional engineer?
I don't know if Brian Spencer is a professional engineer. He's the it's a good question. I don't know, like that cool.
Did you or OceanGate register the hull with the Washington State Pressure Vessel Commission?
I wouldn't know if whether the business did that.
In your initial interview, Mr. Nissen, you mentioned that you were certified in conformity assessment tests and have worked extensively with regulatory agencies, including indicating a broad understanding of compliance requirements. Given your background, why was there no effort or attempt to ensure compliance with the classification standards or regulatory compliance during your tenure as a director of engineering?
I wouldn't say that there was no effort. There was no desire by Stockton to go do it. Right. All my conversations with Stockton were not about avoiding class. Not at all.
With regards to the Titan timeline around December of 2017, as the Titan is being completed, can you describe to me the Titan vehicle and its layout as it then went into the manned testing?
Okay, wait. Say that again. So the layout.
So in December of 2017, the original Titan hull is now complete.
Yep.
December to January of 2017.
Okay.
Can you describe to me the Titan vehicle and its layout? So we had discussed.
So,
Go ahead.
right. Carbon fiber structure, 2 titanium domes on the end, acrylic viewport in the front, a shell on the outside, a fiberglass shell to protect anything from the inside. I think there was those ballast bladders. Drop weight mechanism that looked like we modeled that after like a gun turret or a gun magazine for drop weight underneath. And batteries, for control systems. Thruster batteries were on the outside, control system was on the outside, house power was on the inside. Computer systems modeled aviation, where we had a critical bus, essential bus, and a non-essential bus, depending on what you wanted to have in reserve. The engineering department was not responsible for and was not allowed to do any of the life support systems inside, so oxygen tubing and oxygen systems that would come from operations. And so engineering-wise, that pretty close to mounting all the cameras and stuff that was underneath.
You had mentioned David Lockridge
Mhm.
previous.
Yeah.
Were you involved in creating his inspection report?
No, I didn't know that he was doing it. So we asked David to do, we needed, so when serial number 1 was complete, we needed a handoff to operations. Like, you know, and that's a very standard thing to do in large companies. Eventually, the technical department has to not handle this anymore. And so we told David, and said, hey, from an operations perspective, like, tell us, what are we missing? Like, what do you need? David was the perfect subpilot for this. He was great. I really wish the news would get his relationship with engineering correct. We depended on him to know that things were right from an operational point of view. And that's the report that we wanted to know. Like, is there something that we could go help with to do? The report that he came back with, I was surprised by. I'm not shocked in the sense that I understand why he wrote it, and I understand the difficulties that he had in communicating his wishes through Stockton. And yeah, I understand why.
Were you at the meeting where he himself and Mr. Stockton had discussed the findings?
I was, and we could probably call it, in air quotes, the meeting. And it's the one where eventually he was let go. Right?
Had you talked to Mr. Rush prior to the meeting
About,
the inspection report and the future of Mr. Lockridge?
I can't remember. I would think so. I don't know how I would show up at the meeting, to tell you the truth, if I hadn't seen it, or maybe I was surprised, and quite honestly, maybe I saw it first and I sent it to Stockton, like, hey, you've seen it. Maybe that's a long way to say I don't know. I can't remember if we discussed it before.
Do you know if the board of directors was informed of Mr. Lockridge's inspection findings?
No, no, and that's really both a personal and professional point of contention with me. I mean, I stopped the 2019 Titanic dive because the data, the instrumentation that I put on it wasn't good, and I was fired for it. And what I got from Stockton is the board said that you should have known this was happening. And I said, well, let me point you to exhibits A, B, C, and D that I've been telling you. Like, why aren't we telling the board? So I don't know that, I don't think Stockton communicated to the board with those things, but I mean, if I'm not sitting in the meeting, I wouldn't know.
Okay. So in the spring of 2018, the Titan was then shipped or taken to the Bahamas to conduct
Yeah.
testing.
Yep.
Were you there for any of the testing initially?
Can I answer this with both yes and unfortunately? I was there.
Care to expound?
So once the engineering team turns something over, right, you're done. We've shown that it works. The systems work. You communicate how to take care of it, and then you field the issues that come in. And in my roles in the past, we would call these things MRB, material review boards, right? So you'd have a nonconformance or something where an engineer has to go answer it. We'd have to provide the disposition for it. And that's the phase that we should have gone to. And quite honestly, I didn't have a desire to go step foot in the Bahamas. I didn't want to be, the operations group was not a fun place for me to work, and I didn't want to be there.
But there was a planned expedition in June to July of 2018, is that correct?
Oh, there was, yeah, right. So I wrote the qual plan for it. The first time we put it in the water, I dropped it on a fishing line, 200-pound strength deep sea fishing line, because I could calculate the buoyancy. I was 150 pounds negative, and we started with that. And I wrote a series of plans for them to go do this, and I wanted to see the data to buy off on the idea on whether or not we were seeing what we expected to see.
How did you confirm the depth at which the hull would have reached?
We had an acoustic transmission on board, so same thing that we saw here that communicates to the top, and there's a way to ping items underwater and sends you a return on the depth, whatever it is, and so we had these systems on there.
And what was the testing plan in 2018?
You want specifically, or kind of like a broad?
Specific, if you.
Yeah, right.
I can also, so was there a plan to go to the deep ocean test facility prior to 2018?
Oh, there was.
There was or there was not?
Oh, no, there was, yeah. That was part of, like, my interview was, that this is where we're gonna go test it. I thought, great.
Did that ever happen?
No.
And why not?
One reason was the deep ocean test facility, in order to we wanted to hydrostatically test, so we wanted to fill it with fluid, but there was going to be computers inside because we had to measure data and needed to isolate that from the water. And the deep ocean test facility wasn't comfortable with us doing that. I submitted a plan, a request to be able to do this. They came back with, we don't know if we want to do that. This is one of those cases where Stockton got fed up and said, then we're not going. And it was going to push us like another year. Like, I couldn't get it done fast enough at all. So they said we won't go.
And so, when the Titan was in the Bahamas in 2018, was there, what happened to the hull?
Well, okay, let me, if I could, let me back up. So your last question, in 2018, right, the plans, what we then moved to, we used, there was a guy by the name of Alan Green, who's an acoustic expert, that came to us and we showed him what we were gonna do. He said, you're more than, I have his report with me too, we could take a look at it if you like. There's more than enough, your system's adequate, more than adequate to be able to detect what you're doing. And he gave us some suggestions on cycling and how to do this test. And so all those were scheduled to be executed live in the Bahamas, which is what we wanted to do. During testing, or when it was there in April of, what's that gonna be, 2018?
2018.
It got hit by lightning. I know your presentation says alleged. That is a difficult thing to prove, except I had to drag a lot of my engineering team down there to replace all the electronics in it, and I could find all the lightning traces. So it took high energy for sure. And interestingly, down there, there was a catamaran, brand new catamaran that was behind us. And you know, the tech rep that was there, you know them by their tech shirts, and I'm a rep, and I asked them, hey, what are you doing? And they said, replacing all the electronics. And I thought, no, why are you doing that? And he said, because it just got hit by lightning. And then he showed me a picture of, on a catamaran, right, this twin screwed starboard side. just blew a hole right out the back of the propeller. That catamaran was sitting right next to Titan at the time. So the hull, what happened to the hull down there, so back to your question, is I believe it got compromised by that event. That's very difficult to detect, that I could see later on the data. But it went through, I mean, it took a lightning strike and it went through all the testing.
So at that point, did you cancel the 2018 Titanic expedition?
It had to, yeah, because we gutted it, changed all the electronics in it. We weren't going to be able to do the deep diving that we needed in time. There's no path to get there. It would have had to leave. I think it had to leave the Bahamas to go to Newfoundland sometime in May, I think it was. Yeah, and then they couldn't get there.
At that time, did you believe that the lightning strike affected the actual carbon fiber hull?
Yeah, I told Stockton and said that there's probably a good chance that that hull's compromised, for sure.
And what did he say?
It'll be okay.
So nothing was done to the hull itself from that point on? You didn't make a new hull? It wasn't created?
No, so the strain data that we got back, the strain in the acoustic. So I mean, I wrote a couple of reports that I don't know if you guys have them or you want to look at them. Give me just a sec, because this is. So I wrote this to Brian Spencer, where I told him that the.
Mr. Nissen, what is it that you're reading there?
So this is my quick dive. So I wrote a qual dive quick look for Brian in August of 2018, and it's because I got a good look at the 4 kilometer data, and so I told Brian and
Mr.
Stockton.
Mr.
Yeah.
Nissen, hold on just 1 second.
Yeah.
Mr. Nissen, did you provide this document previously, or is this a new report
Previously to where?
to the board?
No, this is no
Okay.
report.
I think we've been going for about an hour. Why don't we take about a 10-minute recess?
Sure.
And let us, look at this document before you reference it, and that would give everyone a chance to
Oh,
get
yeah, right
familiar
on.
with
Sure,
it. Great.
sure.
So at this time, the board will recess and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you. Hey, the hearing is now back in session. We've been discussing a document that's going to be introduced as an exhibit. This document is relevant to the investigation, in my opinion, and however, the PIIs and the board have not been able to review it previously. So in that instance, Mr. Nissen, if you would just speak to the document's contents, but not to the any other parties that were aware of this document, or maybe who you briefed it to, I'd appreciate that, sir.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, I have a paper file going on here. So this one's just it's a quick look after we closed out or started to close out some 4-kilometer data. And what I wanted to communicate really to the team was that it's moving more than we thought. And so Brian Spencer's design and analysis report talked about it's written in here, I think on section 6.3, second paragraph, the DAR predicts failure to be hoop failure on the inner surface at the center of the cylinder at about 2.21 times the design pressure. That turns out, actually, if we get to it, to be the basis for the FEA models that we produced. It's really that quote in there. And so I write comparing some measured strain and extrapolate 4-kilometer data. The DAR, which was 2.21 times the design pressure, was considered to be conservative, and we were deflecting about 37% higher than prediction, which is really important because the design basis for it was to constrain the movement at the center of the case. Like it couldn't move beyond a boundary. And I think in here, we talk about hull deflections in here where I think it's figure 11. We wanted to be at figure 11. Through membrane stress, a 19.8 KSI to ASME was a 1.84 factor. To yield, it was a 2.76. So even the domes, the titanium pieces, which I communicated to the group, it's a match set. So the modulus has to be the same, and that modulus was limited by Brian's design and analysis report at 2.21 times the operating pressure. Once he limited that and gave me the modulus for it, then all the rest of the design was based on that. And so it's significant for the April, to understand what happened in April. We hadn't really gone deep enough, long enough, and we were flexing 37% more. So it was the first warning.
And when was this report drafted?
I released it October 10th, 2018.
And from when you released that report until 2019, were any corrections or modifications made to the carbon fiber hull?
No, Brian said it was fine. And really to modify that, well, let me back up. Eventually you scrap the hull, which we did.
And we'll get to there. Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 073 and go to the 4th paragraph? It's a history-making deep-sea dive to 3,760 meters with 4 crew members. You could zoom in a little bit on the fourth paragraph there. And in the fourth paragraph, it states, "The dive, which was validated by a representative from Lloyd's Register." And this was the April 19th, 2019 dive in the Bahamas.
April 2019?
2019.
Right.
Did you have any communications with this validator from Lloyd's Register?
No, the whole classing, like all that validation was Stockton. I wasn't allowed to be in that. I really wasn't allowed to be in operations unless something went wrong. That's it. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to chuckle about it, but it brings back some memories is all. Sorry.
Do you know why they would say that the dive was validated by a representative from Lloyd's Register?
That was Stockton's. That was Stockton's doing. I didn't validate it. No, in April 2019, that I told him you can't go to the Titanic. Like, it killed it.
This is before, so in April of 2019, this was the dive where there was four crew members, including Mr. Rush.
Mm-hmm.
And they went down to 3,760 meters.
Yeah.
Was there a representative from Lloyd's Register there in the Bahamas that you're aware of?
I think so. Like, I remember vaguely. I'm not even sure I was there for that dive, but all that talk, when serial number 1 was built, Stockton had a vehicle, and Tony became less and less important, and I had less and less input. Right? So I didn't know.
Okay. Thank you, Recorder. You can bring that down.
Commander Whalen, for the record, can you clarify what that exhibit was?
Sure. That was Exhibit 073, Coast Guard Exhibit 073, which was a OceanGate blog named History Making Deep Sea Dive to 3,760 meters with 4 crew members. That was the title.
Thank you.
So subsequent to this dive, in June of 2019, an OceanGate pilot was conducting a pre-dive inspection and identified a crack in the carbon fiber. When were you made aware of this identification, and what were your steps taken?
Right. June. So we have to back up a little bit to December 2018. In December 2018, Stockton wanted to be done with coal dives, and it made it. What's not talked about a lot is what we're about to talk about right now. Serial number 1, for all practical purposes, was a successful program, and what I'm about to tell you is why. In December 2018, when Qual wanted to be done, when we wanted to be done with Qual, and Stockton could then load it up and send it to, when I say it, send Titan to Newfoundland. Sure, it met all the operational objectives, but we still needed to look at the data a little bit, and part of the discipline that I would put in it is I would still look at the data and tell them whether or not we can continue on. So we had a meeting in the winter, spring of 2019. He wanted to go to the Titanic, and I came to him with the acoustic data and strain and set up a meeting and said it's not clean. Like, we still can't do it. There's something going on. And an extension of this report here, I showed him the pictures I have of the AE data that showed something's going on in the center of the case. Something's going on in the left side of the case. You need more dives, and I can't. It was the maddest I've seen Stockton, for sure. So they went and conducted another dive, and I wanted a few more clean, but that turned out not to be clean. So the data from that I don't remember that data had totally come back ready to go, but I got a picture. I said, I think the email was, "Hey, Tony, is this supposed to be there?" I said, "Nope, that's a crack. Like, the hull's done." So I left my desk and I went to Bob Schumann, And he was the CEO at the time. And I said, Titan's got a crack in it. I said, the hull's done. Then I spent a couple hours trying to convince people that, no, this is not salvageable. And I was on a plane, I think the next day, with a couple of other folks down to the Bahamas to go take a look at it. And we started carving it out and noticed that the crack was bigger than we thought, just by the picture. So it was subsurface.
And so for the pilot to conduct the inspection, so just so we covered, the external portion of the carbon fiber hull was covered in a polyurethane coating,
That's right.
which is similar to a lining that is used in a truck bed.
Like a soft rhino lining.
So on the external portion of the hull, how much of the hull, of the carbon fiber hull is visible? If I'm looking at it from the outside.
From the outside?
Yeah.
None.
Okay.
0.
So on the internals, there is an insert.
There is.
And what was the approximate gap between the insert and the inside of the carbon fiber hull?
Approximate, an inch, if I remember right. We put HDPE in there, so it's like, maybe 3/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Not a lot. Let's say 3/4 plus or minus quarter.
I'm going to, the recorder, if you could please bring up Exhibit 091, which is Titan Systems Images, and scroll to page 8.
Is that in these binders I can follow?
Yes, sir.
So how do I find out what you're looking at?
It'll be exhibit number 091.
On binder
I believe
30?
it's binder number 2.
Okay, so how do I identify what you're,
It should be numbered,
oh, number what now?
number 91.
Oh, 91, oh my gosh. All right.
And I'm going to call your attention to the bottom left picture, or the left picture in this case. So what is that? Can you explain to me what we are looking at here?
Yeah, and let me, old age is taking its toll. Get, So 91, is it after the number? Oh, so here's some pictures.
And that'll be, should be on page 8 of that exhibit.
All right. Sorry to fumble this a little bit. It might be easier if I could see this.
Recorder, can you scroll in a little bit closer to the left picture for me?
Man, I don't see this one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Okay.
So can you explain to me what you see in that picture?
The left one?
Yes, sir.
All right, so, so that's a view. If the front dome was open, it's just a view forward, looking aft. You see the back wall there with the monitor, subfloor, and then you can kind of see a gap, a ring, and that would be the insert and the gap to the hull there.
Okay. And so that gap is, so the outside of that gap is the inside diameter of the carbon fiber hull, correct?
Yes. No. So the titanium takes up, for the most part, the titanium takes up a little bit and there's a flare that goes in. So the actual, it widens a little bit as you get back there. So I want to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah. For all practical purposes, that is the ID though.
So how much of the hull is actually visible for inspection from a pilot as was identified?
Just the front. So the point of the insert, the two points of the insert. One, you could take the insert out and you can put an insert in for researchers. You can take that one out and you can build one for sightseers. You could take that out and you can put it in, something else. You can build the insert for whatever person's going in there. And then the second thing is you pull the insert out and then you do the inspection on the inside. So to inspect the entire surface of that hull, the operations group needs to pull that out.
So with the insert in the Titan hull, how much of the hull is actually available for visual inspection?
Oh, it's just a few inches at the front.
So a few inches of the entire carbon fiber hull is available?
Going forward to aft?
Yes.
Yes.
Any other area of the hall available for visual inspection?
But not without a camera. So a pen camera would be next appropriate to go in there, but no, if you get to the aft portion of it, I'm assuming, so we're talking serial 1 here, I'm assuming
Yes.
that serial 2 is close enough to go do that and close to the same that, I don't even know if they used an insert in it, but for ours, the aft lip, you could see it the same way.
Okay. Thank you very much for presenting that. So once the crack was identified,
Mm-hmm.
and you had gone out to the Bahamas,
Yeah.
and you confirmed that there was a crack,
Mm-hmm.
what was your communications back with Mr. Rush?
I told him the hole's done. That's it.
And what were your next steps at that point?
Put together a presentation for Brian Spencer. To help us understand this. Like, how did this happen? And, yeah.
And so to the best of your knowledge, there was a Titanic expedition scheduled for July of 2019,
Mhm.
correct? So at that point, as the director of engineering, was your recommendation to cancel the
I killed it.
expedition?
I wouldn't sign off on it. So I got terminated.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up Exhibit 54. Which was scroll to the top, please. Which was the Titanic Survey Expedition Update.
Okay.
It was from the Strategic Director of Ocean Gate Operations. Sent a letter to mission specialists stating that the reason for the cancellation of the 2019 Titanic expedition was due to the loss of the support vessel.
Right.
Were you aware that this was the case that was being told to the mission specialists?
I am.
Was there any plan to tell them that was there a haul available for the 2019 expedition?
No, that was Neil, Stockton, and Joel. I think Joel. Yeah, Joel is still there. Yeah. No, the business part of that. No, I know it went on, and I'm glad my office was in another section of the building. But it wasn't true. We didn't have a haul.
At any time, did OceanGate divulge that there was not a haul available?
That I don't know. I just know that this one I told him he couldn't use.
Did they discuss with you that the plan was to put out the message that it was the loss of the support vessel?
There's no discussion. Operations and marketing, no discussion with engineering. I just happened to be there, and sometimes I would be happy to get up and walk away.
Were you aware, or did you have knowledge of that this was discussed with the board of directors?
That I don't know. So I presented engineering section and status to the board of directors, and I was in for that, and I was out afterwards.
And why did you depart the company?
Got fired.
When did you get fired?
June 2019, because I wouldn't let him go to the Titanic. Allegedly, what Stockton tells me, he invited me to lunch and told me that Mike Ferlotti and one other board member told him that I should have known that the hull was compromised and it wouldn't work, and either he or I had to go, and Stockton said, it's not going to be me.
Thank you, Mr. Nissen. Mr. Newbar, I have no more further questions.
Mr. Nissen, just to follow up on that point,
Mm-hmm.
when he said that you should have known,
Mm-hmm.
what can you give more context to that? Like, should have known that the vessel was damaged?
Right. Like I told him it's not working like we thought it would. Like we couldn't go to the deep ocean test facility. We couldn't cycle it the way that we wanted to. We couldn't cycle it the way that Alan Green suggested that we did. We couldn't get confidence in the data, all the data that I looked at. So like this one, this piece here is kind of important in that, because I showed it to, the 4-kilometer test data.
Mr. Nissen, can you identify the document before you
Yeah,
reference?
it's a plot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instruments that I had installed, and in the center of the case, one of them in particular, if you have a nice rise, and the sister instrument is right next to it, should have pretty much the same rise, but you get a step function, like what we see here. And I told Stockton, I was like, something's going on in there. Told him the hole was flexing too much. Like everything that I could do to tell him, like, here are the alarms, like this is why we shouldn't go, were there. And when we sat down to a meeting, I think Bob Schumann was there. He wanted me to buy off on the idea of going to the Titanic, and I told him no. You can't. Like, it's not clean. And I told him this exact phrase. I said, this submersible, what we're doing, has never been done before, right? We don't have classing direction on what good looks like. I said, nobody knows what good looks like or what it's supposed to look like. I said, but what I do know is it shouldn't look like that.
And sir, to clarify, was that conversation before or after the crack was discovered in the hole?
It's before. I told him before he couldn't go. It's the reason for another dive. More dives.
Sir, during the dives of the prototype hole, are you aware of any dives where mission specialists were taken to depth?
So, right, I know that a guy by the name of, I think, Carl Stanley went, right, he runs the sub out of Roatan. Joel Perry went in, and what they called the people that went is, you know, whether they're quote unquote mission specialists, I don't know. It's really an operations thing, and that part I wasn't part of.
Were those non-Ocean Gate employees?
Carl wasn't. I don't think he was. Like, he wasn't doing any in an advisory nature or anything. I never saw him there for a day of work. Maybe down in the Bahamas or something, but Joel Perry was an employee. He was marketing.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nissen, earlier you stated that when you were hired, you were told that the Titan hull was almost completed and the engineering was already completed. Was that actually true?
No.
Can you expand?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like too much of an alarmist, but there isn't much of my interview that was true. Nothing. I had already quit my job. What do you do after that, right? No, it wasn't ready to go. When I did the FEAs on it, it wouldn't survive. Not at all. Like, Brian's design and analysis report showed really good margins. I mean, really good margins. Our working relationship with Dave Dyer at APL, like, I couldn't get a good FEA out of him. Brian Spencer wouldn't provide me with anything more than what he did to grade 5 titanium in the DAR that he produced. But that's why I hired my own analyst to go do this, because I didn't have anything that gave me It wasn't ready.
Since you started as engineer number 1, that then expanded to over 25 personnel under your leadership, were there any changes made to the design once you increased the engineering team?
Oh, that's a good question. So when you say changes to design, you mean from OceanGate 0.0?
Yes.
Right, no. In a sense, though, that Brian's design and analysis report gave us the mechanism of failure. Center of the case, DLAM at the center of the case. To do the FEAs, the finite element analysis on them, we use a software called FEMAP. It's a Siemens engineering software. You have to constrain it by something. You can't have it sit in space. You have to be able to push on it theoretically from somewhere. So when we did that and we took a look at the models that we had, we didn't see how it would make it. And I have paperwork I could show you on how that fails as well. So the parts that changed was, how do we achieve the safety factor if we push it against what would be yield in ASME? And we chose ASME standards, which is yielding 2/3 of the way through the mean bulk material for that standard. And to achieve that by the FEA, that caused us to, I want to say, tweak the shape of especially the first ring segment to be able to get that. That gave us the modulus, and that's why the rings, really the titanium pieces, to the first hull, to serial number 1, those are a match set.
You stated that conformance with regulations or standards does not prevent all casualties or accidents. However, is it your opinion that conformance with regulations and standards does not reduce the amount of casualties or accidents from happening?
It significantly reduces them. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we need these. We need a, I couldn't imagine a world without them, tell you the truth. What would that look like? The Wild West. Significantly reduces them.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 037, page 20?
Page 20?
You scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. And yes, page 20.
Okay.
This is the Boeing feasibility study of OceanGate's deep sea submersible hull. We noted from this report that the hull was recommended to be 10 inches and then optimized to 7 inches thick. However, as we know, the final design was 5 inches thick. Are you aware of how OceanGate got to the 5-inch thickness?
That was Brian Spencer and Stockton. It was 5 inches thick before I joined the organization, and you couldn't move it. And that was a hot topic of discussion with Dave Dyer and OceanGate, and that and the knuckle design were two large points of contention for a long time.
Do you know if any other independent studies outside of Spencer Composites were conducted in making this decision?
On the 5 inches?
Yes.
No, it's a good question. No, that was determined before I joined the organization.
You discussed concerns about voids in the carbon fiber. If you conducted material tests, much like you mentioned the witness panels, could this detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
What do you mean, could what?
Could the material tests, could that detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
Sure. Yeah, so that's why we do witness panels for critical systems, 100%. Cut it in two and take a look at it. We have microscopes that could do this really, really well. Thin slice it and do some acoustic measurements on it. That's great, if you can get it thinner.
And I know you mentioned this earlier, but I just want to confirm that non-destructive testing was discussed for the carbon fiber, however, none was conducted.
That's right. No, well, let me bet. I don't want to sound like I'm waffling too much. So we had inspectors come out and look at it, and let's consider that non-destructive testing. So they brought their instruments out, and they couldn't punch through it. Punch through it is a term for, couldn't get through it. And so we contracted one person, if you wouldn't mind me reading a couple of things. Is that okay?
Yes, this is something that we have not seen previously, correct?
No.
Any objection from Ocean Gate on this? This would be our NDT evaluation, is that correct, sir?
Yeah, an inspection that we had, and we had an inspector come out, and my conversation with him, I jotted down some notes.
I think this would be relevant to why the coal could not be sufficiently NDT tested. Do you have any objections to discussing this report, Ocean Gate?
Could we take a 5-minute break for us to take a look?
Yes, certainly. The hearing will recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at 11:53.
The hearing will resume in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
The hearing is now back in session. We discussed the notes that you've made, Mr. Nissen, in regards to the NDT. If you could just summarize your thoughts on the difficulties that were involved in the NDT, and we're not going to submit that document as an exhibit.
Okay, no, that sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I do want to say, when we talk about whether or not we didn't do any non-destructive testing, maybe not testing, and so like my brain quickly goes to something a bit more specific, but evaluation, we did. For all of Stockton's faults, and he was a difficult person to work with, he did want to get this thing tested, right, and inspected. And I do believe when he told me during my interview that it was in his plan to go to do that. I'm not sure that. I think he believed it. So we did ask people to come take a look at it. People who had more expertise at this than we did. And one of them is this conversation I had with a level 3 inspector from Mistras. And he was able to, just by looking at it, he knew the layout pattern. He had a comment in here that it looks like there's no compaction, which I'm not surprised because it was the end of the hull. And so something to note is when you filament wind a case like this, it winds on a mandrel. And so your carbon fiber comes off of a spool, like a sewing machine, and it mixes in some glue, and then it starts going around this big mandrel, and then it goes all the way to the end, and then it's got to come back. Well, those ends get that double layer, and so you make your mandrel a little bit longer so that you can cut those off, and it's the cutoff ends that he was looking at. And so it's expected to see voids, but we wanted him to see, like, is there anything you can see in the part that's closest to what we're going to use? And he found it difficult to do that, is all. His measurement instruments really went to 4 inches. And we knew it was a shot in the dark, for sure. So I just, very quickly my brain goes to something else, and sorry to answer the question like that, but that's what happened.
Was there any plan to have the hull reevaluated throughout the lifetime of the hull?
So, yes, the only way that I could figure that I would be able to do that is at some point we would have to make a device that holds 2 instruments across from each other like a tuning fork, and that we would have to stand the hull on end and move it around the whole hull to be able to inspect that. And we discussed this with Boeing before we discussed it before we assembled the whole vehicle. It was an option, but that tool doesn't exist yet, and that's an expensive and delay to do that. So we did have discussions to go do that. I would call it that it constituted a plan. It's in my brain that it's on the list of Tony things to go do. Yeah, so in that kind of inspection, that's the only way you can do this, I believe.
Was there any plans to have the hull replaced after a certain number of cycles to depth?
Hull replacement. So that's a great question. And so when I say serial number 1 was successful, we got to understand what the requirements were a bit. There wasn't a fatigue or cycle requirement. Stockton didn't have one. He didn't want one. He truly believed. He only wanted one acoustic instrument. He truly believed that one acoustic instrument was going to be able to tell him that the hull's compromised and it's done. And really we needed the strain gauges on there also. And so there was no lifetime, we didn't have an end of life on that. He didn't want one. And it's not something that I'm not sure anybody could write that on a piece of paper. There's no cert backbone to go do that.
And what was the plan for when the hull should be retired?
If Stockton had a plan, I didn't know it.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 019, page 8? This is the Spencer Composites FEA analysis, which I do believe you mentioned earlier. And this includes Table 1, the composite vessel design basis.
What page?
Page 8.
Okay. All right, I'm glad you guys have this. Okay.
I want to call your attention to the parameter cycle life, which is located about halfway down the page.
Okay.
The optimum cycle life was 10,000 cycles to maximum rated depth, and the limit was 1,000 cycles to maximum rated depth of 6,000 meters.
Right.
Do you believe the Titan Hull 1, before testing began, would have been able to withstand 1,000 cycles to depth?
No. Well, let me answer. So there's a little, we started to question whether or not Brian was building a hull that was going to meet this requirement. And so what Stockton decided, and part of me turning over Serial 1 to the operations group, is we knew that we were going to have to go get another hull made by somebody not Brian, and Stockton wanted to sever that relationship. We had questions. A lot of it had to do with we missed the 2.21 safety factor on the inward radial deflection of at the inside of the case. We missed it by, my report says, a lot. And so it put everything into question. So I'm answering that from the perspective that we had decided that we wouldn't go to, that this almost started to not matter anymore. And we wondered, well, is it really gonna do that? So monitoring became extremely important, except that got terminated, of course, in 2018, 2019, when the data just wasn't clean enough. So to answer, it's a very long period of time to start to separate ourselves from whether or not this was going to be achievable.
As you're aware, the Titan Hull 1 did not complete even 3 cycles to a shallower depth than 6,000 meters without having a crack in it. Where do you believe the gaps between the analysis and the real-time testing occurred?
Got struck by lightning. That one's big. Like even if there's a DLAM in it, someplace, you would have thought that it would do better performance than that when you have a safety factor, like you just mentioned. That margin is huge. To miss it by that much, really, that's a significant blow to the structure somehow. There's very few things that can do that. Lightning is one of them.
And do you believe it would have been able to make 1,000 cycles if it was not struck by lightning?
We don't have data to show that. I can't even answer that yet, yes or no. Like if I had good deep data prior to the lightning event, I could answer that with better confidence, but nobody could know.
You mentioned a delamination of a third scale model that was detected by Boeing. Was this before or after the third scale models were tested?
I think it was after. So I don't know if you guys have it in here, like any pictures of the 1/3 that imploded. There's some pictures out there that, that kind of show the ring popped off and you see like the zipper that goes down the side. Do you have that in here to take a look at? Because I could show you in there, there's, when I did that post-test analysis, you could see clearly on the aluminum ring that mimicked the clevis and tang design, on that surface, you could see where there was a miss of adhesion. It looked like a miss of adhesion, and it looked more like the interface slipped, and there was a peeling of the inside of the clevis, and that slip, that mark, correlated nicely all the way around it and down through the body of it. And so I came up with this idea that, man, I wonder if that was a DLAM in there. Brian Spencer had coated the 1/3 scale with a material that was not passable by any acoustic emissions, through hole or pulse echo. Luckily, we had a piece of the cutoff ring before the rest of it was covered, and it was only one ring piece. And so I took that down, and we could see a DLAM in there. It appeared to be one about a quarter of the way, quarter inch in, but that's how we found it, and we suspected, which is why it's really important to look at those interfaces.
As the Director of Engineering, were you responsible for procuring the acrylic window for the submersible?
Sure. Like when you say like design it, like when you say,
Specifically, were you involved in the discussions with Hydrospace regarding the shape and its certified rating?
oh yeah, Will and I talked a lot about the viewport, you know, and I even did a I have that one for you guys too. I even did a if I remember right, this guy worked for Will. We did a great presentation, a collaboration on the performance of the viewport, because it was a non-standard viewport, right? If that helps. I have that somewhere. Anyway, yes.
Can you please explain those discussions and the outcome of those discussions?
I can. So Stockton wanted a viewport that was unobstructed, and he wanted a person's whole head to be able to look through it. Viewport guidance it's not solid at best. And in fact, we actually wrote this in, Thomas Trudell and I wrote this. I just want to make sure I get the words right.
Mr. Nissen, I just
Yeah.
wanted to confirm what you're looking at. Has that been presented to the board previously?
No, it hasn't. Do you want to see it?
Sir, can you just summarize the
Yeah,
results?
so Thomas Trudell and I wrote a presentation talking about hybrid windows because the data, the guidance, and the science on it is really pretty thin. In that we know that they last really well. Not a lot of people do them. Viewports are typically done spherical, but with uniform thickness. They're typically done flat. When you flatten the inside, make the outside spherical, it starts to distort things a little bit, but you get some good mechanical properties out of them. We did some FEA analysis on it. We gave a prediction for serial number 1. I have a picture in here of the test setup that we did to measure its displacement, which was important. And we were going to report, I can't remember society we were going to go report this to. God, we really wish I could remember that. But the performance of the viewport actually was about on mark for what we did. And so we generated a white paper to give it to the community to say, look what we did, and it worked.
I'm sure you're aware that Hydrospace gave it a reduced depth rating, which was not to the depth of the Titanic. Did you have any concerns about that reduced depth rating?
Yeah, I was talking to Will on the phone when we did this, and Will Conan, I think he's going to be on with you guys too, right? Will wanted us to go make a testing program for it, and I said, great, let's convince Doctor to go do that. And so I didn't want to do it. It was going to take some time. It was going to take some money to go do that. Will said, well, I won't certify it. And now when I'm telling you this, I'm of course the go-between. Stockton said, I don't care. And he said, make me the window. And so I took out the Factual papers, which there's a lot of good data in that. I think folks who comment on acrylic viewports for subsea really do need to read the Factual papers. And you become a lot more of an expert, not just a little bit more, but a lot more. So we took the Factual papers and we developed some dimensions and a prediction. And Will said, I'll make it for you, but I'm only going to cert it to, I think it was 1,300 meters, right? 13 or 1,800. I think it was 1,300 meters. Stockton said, fine. Oh, okay.
And did this cause you any concern?
It did, which is why we instrumented it to measure its performance. Neat thing about acrylic viewports is they do a very good job of telling you when they're failing. And so you get a crazing in cracks form. They're very good predictors of that, but you have to inspect them. You have to take them out, you gotta clean them, you gotta have a good inspection, resurface them every so often, and that sealing interface, it needs to be straight on. What's most important for those viewports is when you go that deep and you're cold, they start to cold flow. And so they get really, really soft. And this was a sliding interface. And so some viewports are put together in a clamping kind of scenario. And this one was actually designed and intended to move. And what was most important is that it did not move. The inside surface of the viewport did not move past the inside lip of the sliding interface. If that happens and cold flow is a result, the edges come around and kind of flow, they get soft, and when you try to come back up, that viewport is now constrained, and you could have a failure. You'll get a crack, more than likely for sure. But the concern, but I told Stockton, like, we need to test that viewport. So the first deep, we had no data on that. So the first deep test we did when I hung it on a fishing line, we instrumented it. I'm pretty sure we did that one to measure its displacement. That was really, really important. And the displacement came back dead nuts on for everything that we're looking at, and inspections turned out to be nothing. So I think with time and Stockton diving in it, gained more confidence that the viewport was going to be okay.
In your previous testimony, you mentioned matching moduli. Can you explain the importance of matching moduli between the different materials used in a design?
Yes, and this is why acoustic alone won't prevent an issue like this, and you have to have strain. Okay. Things usually break at interfaces typically because they don't move together, and so one wants to go that way and the other wants to go that way, or one wants to go this way that much and this other part wants to go that much, and so you have a high energy interface. with that. If everything moved together, you kind of rule that out. That, though, has nothing to do with whether or not something is elastic enough or not. But what I do want to say on that is matching the moduli, just in theory, needs to be done, but also proved itself on our FEA models. And so the titanium and the hull all had to be moving together. Once we developed models where these didn't move together, it absolutely failed, for sure. And that's also why we modeled the forward dome, the viewport interface, we modeled that one without the viewport in it, because we knew it was a sliding surface. And that was not supposed to move with the titanium in the same way because it's not constrained. The only way that you get away from whether or not the moduli match is something has to give, and so you have sliding interfaces.
As we understand it, the titanium dome was originally designed to be grade 5. However, with the final design, it was grade 3. Is there any significance to this?
You reduce margins.
Were you involved in the decision to move from grade 5 to grade 3?
It was all Stockton.
Do you know why he made that decision?
Oh, grade 5 would have taken, it was twice as expensive, and it would have taken, I think, 6 more months to get it. Because we had to get it overseas. If I remember right, it was really hard to get grade 5.
This next question is in relation to the lifting eyes and the stress at the clevis. The clevis was the titanium U-shaped groove attached to the titanium segments or rings that house the carbon fiber. Can you discuss the center of gravity of the Titan and the asymmetric loading on the rings?
Right, so there's a few items that I told the team you can absolutely not do. And welding lifting eyes on the rings was one of them that was first proposed by Scott Griffith in Stockton. I told him, no, you can't do it because of the loads. 2, we're already glued to the carbon fiber. The CG, center of gravity, of serial number 1 was not the center of the case itself, the carbon fiber structure, or with the domes. The center gravity of the entire vehicle, when assembled, was actually aft a bit. And it was enough where the vehicle, if hung by lifting eyes, would sit cantered a bit, so you'd get a little bit of a lift on it. The reason why I told him he can't have the lifting eyes welded to ring 1 was the clevis, the dimensions of the clevis, being the C part, for maybe those who don't know, it's a clevis and tang design. And I'm assuming serial number 2 went with this, but serial number 1, the tang being the carbon fiber on the inside, that dimension of the top there, it's a small dimension. The domes, the rings in the domes were never designed to take excessive load in a shear direction. And so that would be a sliding interface, or if I give it fixity looking like this, shear would be something pushing down on it. And so if you could think of the weight of the hull on the clevis, shear would be pushing on this little lip here. And it's a small dimension. The point of those was just to keep it glued in place, because subsea structures, a beautiful thing about them is it's uniform loading all the way around. It's not statically loading like your automobile or your house, where everything's just pointed down. So the rings, when you lift it and it canters like this, that's now a peeling at the top of the forward, right at the lip, and it is a peeling on the aft part of that lip on the back. Now there's there is rigidity in the system, but if you took it at the macro scale, it doesn't look like it moves at all. But really, we're worried about the micro scale. Like a little bit of movement, is it enough to peel that glued interface away from the carbon fiber part? We don't know that, so I told him you can't have it. Serial number 1 was designed to lift every other place but the domes or the rings. It was not designed to do that. And in fact, in order to give it uniform loading all the way around the rings, the landing gear was designed to give it fixity in 3 places. If you could think of 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and 270. So with three places in fixity in space, then that maintains curvature across the top. I wouldn't buy into the idea of changing that whatsoever. And the problem with that is water intrusion, really, more than anything, because the ring's not going to fall off. I guess the dome fell off. I was surprised to hear that. I'm sorry, that just escaped me. But it's water intrusion, really would be the problem.
For the first hole, did any of the carbon fiber need to be trimmed to fit in the clevis?
So Brian gave instructions. The design of the clevis for the tang was a collaborative effort with Brian. And what I wasn't going to do was let me back up and just say all these critical interfaces were collaborative events really with the experts who kind of really know that better than most. And Brian's expertise really is more prepping these interfaces for gluing inside. And so when I gave him the drawings on what that looks like, he gave the direction on what that trim would look like to be able to fit that on there. And it was more of a cleaning preparatory trim to do that. If you're asking whether or not we had to change the dimensions on that, I'm not recalling that we had to do anything to go meet that dimension in there. I was actually pretty surprised, if I remember right.
These next questions are related to the real-time monitoring system, which was also referred to as the acoustic emission system. As the Director of Engineering, were you responsible for the real-time monitoring system?
Okay, I just got to ask, how responsible are you asking me? Am I responsible?
Were you the final determiner on settings, on where the gauges laid on the layout of the design?
Right, okay. So I gave the direction on how many instruments we would put, where they would go. Mike Ferlotti, who was a board member, designed the acoustic emission sensing hardware, so the data acquisition, what we connected the wires to, and then that software that he wrote writes the data to a file. What else?
The thresholds?
The thresholds, Stockton. The interpretation turned into my interpretation when OceanGate wanted to go to the Titanic in 2019. And when I write reports like I have, then I get the data. I say, look, that interpretation is mine.
Can you describe the purpose of the real-time monitoring system?
So if you're a group of people going to go down the path of designing something, and it's something like this or an airplane, where really you should pick a cert path to go down. Like, how are you going to know you're going to be okay? Really, anybody could go design this thing out of plastic if they wanted to. I think we all agree that it wouldn't be such a good idea. But let's assuming that we're serious about it, and we want to make sure that it's solid engineering. You're going to have to pick a path for validation, which is really what certification is about. To an extent, certification is about verification as well, but But verification really is about designing or verifying or knowing engineering intent, so by design. And then it's also, and really validation is more like, do you meet the requirements? And so the requirements are, we want to go this deep, and we want to be able to know we have this confidence level and whatnot. So in picking that path, you could go a clean certification path that says, well, what agency out there has a path for us to go follow? And if that doesn't exist, then you got to figure out a way, well, how do we make sure that we're going to be clean? And acoustic emissions is a great way to see when brittle structures, glass, carbon fiber, have a failure in it. And it doesn't matter if it's just a snap of one or just like something crackles once, or if you have imminent failure. That determination is a little bit different. But these acoustic sensors have great ability to be able to detect this. There's a standard for acoustic emissions that we took a look at, and it's a 0.5 millimeter lead test. And it goes something like this. You put your acoustic sensor on a structure, and you take 0.5 millimeter lead, and you just snap it someplace else, like you would break a pencil. And the acoustic sensor should pick it up. It's amazing to see the 9-inch acoustic instruments that I put in there. I snapped 0.5 millimeter lead on the hull, and I can give you time differentials on when that acoustic wave went propagated down the hull. It's neat. It's fantastic. So without a clean certification path, you got to pick a technology that is going to be able to give you warning. The idea is that you're going to be able to interpret that warning in enough time. And do you have the instruments to go do that?
Can you explain how this system functioned?
So the acoustic emissions came on with, so serial number 1 now. The way that I understand it, the acoustic emissions sensing software, everything was rewritten. So we're talking just mine, right? Serial number 1. I don't know what they did for serial number 2. For us, it came on with the system. It wasn't an option. Nobody got to turn it off. It was considered the most critical systems. And it automatically started logging data. And then we just take the data off and look at it. But what it was logging, the data that was logging were noise events. There's an amplitude to a sound, to an acoustic sound, and it just recorded it. And you could look at it on a spreadsheet. They're really, really large spreadsheets. But that's it. They're actually quite elegant and simple.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 075, the acoustic emission technology and consulting letter from Mr. Alan Green?
.075 doesn't reflect that here.
As a summation, this was a letter of affirmation from Mr. Alan Green regarding utilizing acoustic emissions to help with averting an impending failure on the Titan submersible.
Sorry, I'm missing 7.5. I have a copy of it, though, if we're talking the same one.
It should be 2 pages long.
I have NOAA on 7.
Okay, I think we need to confirm that exhibit number.
Are you talking about Alan Green on June 5th, 2018?
Yes.
I have my copy of it.
Yeah, we just need to stand by to make sure
Yeah.
which exhibit we have. Okay.
Is this the same letter that you have?
That's the one I have.
Yes.
It is. Okay. Looks like it.
Can you please describe who Mr. Alan Green was and his relationship with Ocean Gate and the acoustic emission system for Titan?
All right, so recognizing that we are, that there's other people out there with much more expertise in specialists, right? Alan Green is one of those in the acoustic emissions field. He's been not just doing it forever, but in talking with him, what he's been able to accomplish with it. We hired him to take a look at what we were doing and give us an assessment, like, are we crazy? Like, is this, are we going okay? And this was the letter that he wrote to us after his visit. And as far as I know, I don't know that he was used afterwards.
We have reason to believe that there were communications between Mr. Green and Ocean Gate following Stockton Rush's assertions that the RTM system could detect the sound of micro-buckling in the sub's hull way before it fails. Are you aware of any such communications?
I don't, specifically with Alan, I don't think so. I don't think Alan would, well, I guess it's my opinion, I don't know that he would buy into that micro-buckling.
Are you?
I'm not sure I would buy into micro-buckling, but maybe I'd eat my words.
Ocean Gate?
No, Mr. Neubauer, is there an exhibit that Lieutenant Commander Williams is referring to? I mean, there was a statement about communications. I don't believe that's in the record.
Yeah, Lieutenant Commander Williams, do you know where that assertion originated from?
This is actually from a wired correspondence, or something we saw online from Wired. We just are asking if he's aware of any communications.
Okay, so we don't really have a evidence to support that, but, and it's my understanding, Mr. Nissen, that you're not aware of any communications along those lines.
If he made communication without me there, I certainly wouldn't know. My understanding with Alan Green really goes as far as this document here, as far as I remember. Stockton would have talks with people without me, so I'm sometimes caught with my pants down a little bit.
And Mr. Neubauer, if I may, it's fine. We have no objection to the question. It's just if it could be phrased as a question, if it's not actually a piece of evidence.
Yes, agreed. So can you rephrase that question that was originally asked?
Yes, sir. Mr. Nissen, are you aware of any communications between Mr. Allen and Mr. Stockton Rush after the RTM system was originally installed that had any, that there were any concerns of this RTM system?
I don't remember any. No, actually, as soon as I saw this paper, this was a lot of relief for me, and I went on to my next fire.
My final question is, would you have felt comfortable as the Director of Engineering going down in the Titan submersible, specifically hull 1 to full rated depth?
That's almost the best question here, isn't it? So Stockton's and my relationship started to turn sour as everything was built, but he asked me, he wanted me to be the pilot that runs the Titanic missions. And I told him I'm not getting in it. And he asked me why. And I said, because the operations crew, I don't trust them. That certainly was the death of me. But I didn't make it any easier with the following question. He said, well, what if I'm mission director? I said, you still have the same operations group. But I didn't trust Stockton either. They would take a look at where we started, and when I was hired, nothing that I got was the truth. I was held with a bag and trying to save, and I couldn't quit. So I told him, not with that same crew. If you would have asked me question number 3, what if there was a different crew? We didn't have the standards we set forth. Meaning, what does bad look like? So that you have your come home indicator set, and Stockton was a constant moving target for that. What's it gonna be tomorrow? Couldn't trust that. So no, as the director of engineering, I did not go in serial number 1.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, just one follow-up. When you say a moving target,
Mm.
do you mean like the safety standards of what would be a go, no-go for an operation?
Oh yeah, everything. Yeah, everything was a moving target. I mean, the cert path was a moving target. The how are we going to call it was a moving target. Like if we couldn't get there, then we just kind of reduced it and went on. I mean, from my perspective, personally, it's very stressful and death by 1,000 cuts. And if he wanted somebody to go in it, and he was truthful with it, it's why the word experimental is in the waiver. Like I made him put that in there. We argued for a long time over that word, for sure. But so you cannot do that without letting people know that it's experimental. We do not have this qualled. It's not certed. So to the extent that somebody knew the risks before they get in it, and we called qual, and they weren't going to run a full-fledged business out of it, that was in my mind's eye a negotiation that he had to make, and I had to keep technical. But once they asked me to sign off on the idea that they're going to put passengers and go to the Titanic, and told them no. But it was a moving target, and I had to, thankfully, I got the opportunity to draw the line. I had the data to support it. But really, that's why serial number 1 was successful. That's what we were supposed to do. The design of it was, can you collect the data such that you prevent a catastrophic failure and ultimately a loss of human life? And we did that with serial number 1. But without Stockton drawing the moving targets, it was my target that I said, you can't do that.
Sir, understand. Was there a designated safety officer for Ocean Gate operations during your time?
Right, that's a good question. That operations thing, right? I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few, and thank you, Mr. Nissen, for being here. Can you elaborate a little bit on the coding that was applied to the outside of serial 1 versus what was applied to the third scale model?
Right, yeah, okay. Great question, because I can't remember who asked it about, was there a plan to take a look at this thing later on? And yeah, we got a coding put on serial number 1 that would not block acoustic emissions. I did pulse echo or through transmission just so that we could not have to try to remove it and do an inspection later on. But the coding on serial number 1 was specifically put on there for protection of the hull against some sort of abrasion, or like if the sub came apart or something, but then also allow us to do an inspection later.
Were both those coatings some sort of polyurethane, is that right?
I'm going to say yes without remembering exactly. I don't know. We asked Brian, like, what should we put on there?
So if I remember right, polyurethane is pretty hard. It's usually a weather coat for painting. Was there any cracks? Like, could you see if there's cracks if the hull was flexing?
Right. So no, that's good. That's a good comment. No, this was more rubberized. We could peel the edges back, so it wasn't brittle like a poly gets,
Okay.
and especially hardening in the sun. So the exact material of that, we put on a material that was common to put on fiberglass boats. I wish I could remember what that was.
Okay. I understand OceanGate originally went to Spencer Composites because of its history with Steve Fox's submersible. Later it was called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe.
Yeah, it's part of it, yeah.
Did you get to see that hull?
No,
Did anybody at OceanGate see?
not to
get
my
see that?
knowledge.
How about the drawings or the specifications?
No.
Was there any lessons learned shared from Spencer Composites from that hull?
Yeah, so what I do know, and I'm gonna call this secondhand, so I haven't seen the hardware or the report, is that Fawcett's sub-issue was a flatness issue on the ring. So it turns out, actually, I hate to flip back and forth here. It turns out it helped me convince Stockton that the sealing surfaces of ring 1 to the dome had to be dead nuts flat. So the flatness requirement on both those interfaces had to be spot on. And then I believe it was the conversation about faucets. If I'm understanding, that was the issue, right? But that is the conversation that we had from that, and wasn't anything else about what he did.
That sub was designed for a much deeper depth than Titan was. Do you know what the thickness was of the hull?
I actually don't know, no.
Okay, that's all I have, Captain. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a short break, Mr. Nissen, and then reconvene at 12:43 for some final questions, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, right on.
Thank you. The hearing is now back in session. At this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
So we do not have any questions, actually, at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Nissen, for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. I do have one just final, or one question that I have for you, sir. During your entire time at Ocean Gate, did you feel a sense of urgency or being rushed to get to operationals, to start operations? Was there pressure?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, that started about the summer of close to the end of summer of 2016. Yeah, maybe summer of 2016 when we decided not to do another 1/3 scale.
Do you feel like the sense of pressure influenced or negatively impacted safety decisions and testing?
No. And that's a difficult question to answer because given infinite time and infinite budget, you could do infinite testing, all right? For the time that we had and within the constraints, we did all the consulting, all the analysis. We built it like an aircraft. We did the engineering like aviation does engineering. We did all the testing that we could on the components that we could. We brought every expert that we could find that could give us a comment on what we were doing. And that wasn't just the AE or just the hull. I mean, we defaulted to whomever we could. The titanium moduli were known because of testing. There's cert paperwork for that. If I could do it, if I could get some step closer to a legitimate cert path, we did it, for sure. If a test or an opportunity to do a test was brought up to my attention, we never turned it away.
And sir, a couple times during your testimony, you mentioned the acoustics weren't clean.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give some examples? Do you mean sound or strain or both, sir?
Both. So it'd be really helpful if we could look at this diagram that you don't have yet, because a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Well, sir, can you just kind of give a simplified definition of
Simplified
what
definition.
concerns you?
Sure. So in acoustic emissions are, well, let's just say acoustically for something like a structure like this. To understand why that's so important and what clean would look like, really clean would be 0. That would be not dirty whatsoever. A metallic doesn't show you the same signature. I'm actually not even sure that you could see acoustically a metallic break, because metallic breaks are dislocations and you get atomic realignment when those dislocations move. That's how we get flexibility in parts. So airplane wings stiffen because dislocation movement moves throughout that. But carbon fiber structures don't. Once that snaps, it's done. There's no atomic structure next to it for the atoms to realign themselves. Really, even the glue's kind of stiff, but the fibers themselves, once it snaps, it's done. So ideally, you don't want to hear anymore. Then you know it's done failing. But strain, inward radial deflection of the center of the case, that's movement, and that relates to moduli. So clean data, in this sense, is you fall within the parameters that the FEA models show you, which an aviation cert path would tell you that you wouldn't get an aviation cert path if you had flexibility someplace on a wing and it was outside what the FEA's showed you for the allowance. So clean would be you're within the bounds that you've studied in your analysis, and you are not failing acoustically anymore. You're very, very, very close to zero. It turns out in Green's conversations with them, whether or not you go to a depth and then you come back up and you go to a depth and come back up. I mean, sometimes these mean something in these structures, and they'll continue failing, and then they'll stop, and you come up to the surface, and when you come up to the surface, all the stress relieving goes away and stuff moves around, but you should still be clean. In a metallic, we would say it's clean if the system were allowed to stretch, and then it comes back to where it is, and so that would be elastic, right? Where if it's inelastic and you get plastic deformation, it would go someplace and it would stay or not come back to where it is. And there's a term for that we call hysteresis, and in material science, that's a 0.002 offset in strain. So clean data is going to be very low to 0 snaps, we'll say, acoustically. It's going to be within the confines of your models, what your FEAs are showing for the safety factor that you want to get. And it's going to be no outside hysteresis, meaning that the system is coming back to where you started, in this case, on the surface. So you'd see it move, and it would come back. If there's a gap, then you want to start thinking about answering that gap, but that would be clean.
Thank you, sir. And one follow-up on that. If you had a hole, carbon fiber, and the acoustics went quiet during a deep dive, and then over time you started to see new acoustics, would that be a concern for a carbon fiber hull?
100%. Sorry. Yeah. No, once it goes clean, because these don't reattach themselves, that's a new break. Yeah. So here's something to note, though. You almost got to be careful. Clean assumes, of course, that your instrument is working. If you see 0 snaps, make sure the instrument's working, right? So it's weird that I have to say that, but I've been in situations before where somebody looks at data and says, oh, look, it's great, and forgets that it wasn't running.
Sir, are there any final questions for Mr. Nissen from the board or council? Good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony and for being here today. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. And we do plan to enter at least one exhibit from your testimony today. If you could meet up with the recorder and just pass her that document, we'd appreciate that. The schedule has moved back just a bit for today. We will reconvene after lunch at 1:55 p.m., and that will be virtual testimony with Ms. Bonnie Carl. Thank you. The hearing is now in recess. This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear virtual testimony from Ms. Bonnie Carl, former Human Resources for OceanGate. Lieutenant Steele will administer the oath.
Good afternoon. Could you please stand
I am standing.
and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Thank you for joining us today for this testimony. I'm going to pass the questioning to the first round of questioning will be conducted by Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons at this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you.
Thank you for being here virtually, and if you need a break at any time, please just let us know and we can take a pause. All of my questions are related to your background and your experience with OceanGate as the Director of Human Resources, Finance Administration, and your duties as pilot and training. If we need to pull up an exhibit, we will put up an exhibit on the monitor and it should show on your virtual desktop, but if it doesn't, just let us know. Before we begin, I would also like to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. So, Ms. Carl, can you talk to us about your work history background and what you did before you were hired on at OceanGate?
I am a certified public accountant with the state of Washington. I worked in public accounting for 4 years and then went to a cabinet manufacturing company and was the assistant controller there for 12 and a half years. Then I went to work for OceanGate in 2017.
Ms. Carl, I know you said you were standing earlier, but if you want to be seated, you can be seated, just to let you know.
I prefer to stand.
So when you started working for OceanGate, what were you initially hired to do for the company?
The job description that was online was actually for a bookkeeping type position, but I applied anyway because I'm a scuba diver and OceanGate sounded really cool to me, so I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and just maybe get a conversation with them. I had gotten a call back from Neil McCurdy to talk about the position, and he said that due to my background, they would like to change what they had initially intended to do for this position. So when I got hired on, it was a higher level position than just a bookkeeper. I came in and was doing accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, human resources, and other high level accounting, with the assumption that later on I would help with safety diving and potentially become a pilot in training.
Thank you. We're going to switch a little bit to your roles as finance director and human resources. Can you explain to us the differences and the relationships between OceanGate Incorporated, OceanGate Expeditions, and OceanGate Foundation?
OceanGate Expeditions was the company that ran all the trips, like the Titanic trip and the Andrea Doria trip. OceanGate Inc. was where the subs were made, submersibles were made, and all the payroll ran through. OceanGate Foundation was a 501c3, is my understanding, that dealt with ocean education, and Wendy Rush mainly took care of that. I didn't have anything to do with the foundation.
Please define for us what an investor is and what a mission specialist is and how they are different from each other.
By investor, I assume you're talking about a shareholder?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So there were multiple shareholders in OceanGate Inc. They actually owned common stock or preferred stock, so they were owners in the company. There were a few employees that were also owners in the company. Stockton Rush, Neil McCurdy, Nissen may have been, I'm not sure. If I didn't mention him already. The mission specialists were, for all intents and purposes, paid customers that were paying money to go on one of the expeditions. Titanic, Andrea Doria, one of those.
In the shareholder process, you went into that a little bit, but can you kind of explain to us how shareholders were recruited? Can you kind of explain how that process worked?
Most of the shareholders, as I understood it, were friends and family of Stockton and Wendy Rush. Had some sort of connection with them prior, whether it was a friend or they had gone to school together, something along those lines. I didn't deal with actual stock issuance. That was Doug Border. He took care of that stuff. I think Doug was also a shareholder as well.
And I know you said you kind of didn't deal with the stock part, but can you explain to us how the funds were received and distributed throughout the company from the shareholders and where those funds went?
When there was a stock issuance, basically checks would just come in the mail to us. We would cash them and add them to our operating fund. And then Doug Border took care of all the paperwork that needed to be filed with the state.
And when you joined the company, how was a mission specialist described to you?
A mission specialist was somebody who was going to pay to be on one of the missions, and they would somehow or another help, whether they were taking care of photography or they were a history expert or something along those lines, where they would help out in some nature or another with the expedition itself.
And whose idea was it to designate people as mission specialists?
I don't know.
How were mission specialists specifically recruited for the company?
I don't know specifically how they were doing that. Joel Perry was the sales and marketing director. I know that his people were calling high wealth individuals, trying to get people on board, but the specifics, how they found those high wealth individuals, I don't know.
When you received a payment from a mission specialist, what were they specifically paying for?
It was a deposit on a future expedition.
And if they were paying for a future expedition, as you stated, where did the funds go? For example, did the funds get set aside in like an escrow account until the client was on board? Or did their payments fund operations and projects at the company? Can you kind of explain that process?
The funds went into our regular checking account. They were not separated out or put into a separate trust fund. The funds that came in were immediately went out to pay operations expenses.
Did you ever collect any funds from mission specialists for excursions on the Antipodes or the Cyclops 1 that were conducting excursions in domestic U.S. waters?
I did not.
Did you collect any funds from mission specialists for excursions on the Titan in international waters?
Yes.
Ms. Carl, was there a refund process if an excursion was canceled?
There was not, or at least not that I was aware of. Funds came in and immediately went back out to pay for expenses. So there was no money to refund, even if a mission specialist wanted their money back.
Did you ever have anyone that asked for a refund?
No.
Were you ever given any instructions on how to speak with mission specialists or what to say if they had any questions?
No, I didn't speak with any mission specialists.
Are you aware of any qualifications and or training that people had to do to become mission specialists?
I know that there was some helicopter egress training. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
Were there any physical limitations or factors that excluded them from becoming a mission specialist, or could anyone become a mission specialist?
I think if you paid the money, aside from if you were just too big of a person to fit into the submersible, I think that was all the qualification that was necessary, was the money.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 009? This is the mission specialist job description for work performed in exclusively in international waters. Ms. Carl, just let us know if you can see this.
I don't see anything yet. Okay, now I can see it.
Does this form look familiar to you?
Not specifically. I don't know that I necessarily saw this form in this final, like this, no.
Did you see a form that was similar to this then?
No, I didn't.
I'm just gonna have the recorder scroll to the physical duties of the job. It talks about color vision, hearing, and being able to perform emergency duties. Were these physical limitations ever discussed with the mission specialist, or do you know if they were?
I don't know if they were or not.
Thank you, Lieutenant Steele. You can take it down. Ms. Carl, did clients or mission specialists ever speak to anyone about the safety of the vessel or speak to you specifically about the safety of the vessel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you aware of any conversations between mission specialists and anyone else in the company about safety issues?
Yes, I believe David Lockridge spoke to Renato Rojas about his issues with Titan.
And do you know what those conversations were?
He told me just that he told her that she should not go on Titan. It was unsafe.
And do you happen to know what her response to that was?
I don't.
Were mission specialists required to sign a waiver or release a liability form?
Yes, but I never saw anyone sign anything when I was taking money from mission specialists. It was very early on. This was in 2017. So we hadn't even finished building Titan at that point.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say you did have a waiver form when you were taking payments?
No, I never saw a waiver form, not that early on. I assumed that that would be signed later once the dive was actually happening and whoever put up their deposit was actually going to go on Titan.
So to your knowledge, they saw, or you assume they saw a waiver form when they were actually going to conduct the mission?
That's my assumption. I don't know for sure.
We're kind of going to switch and talk about your pilot and training roles. Can you take me through the communication process within the company? How are projects briefed and discussed between the different divisions, such as operations and engineering?
We would have weekly meetings with all of the directors of the different departments to discuss different items and where things were at, and if any, we were running into any issues.
As the Director of Finance or a pilot in training, did you ever attend any of those project meetings?
Yes.
Can you kind of take us through the OceanGate process to become a pilot?
Well, the process to become a pilot was spending time with David Lockridge, who was the director of marine operations. He had a specific training module that he would go through to go through the sub, the pre-dive operations, actually getting it into the water off of the LARS, the launch and recovery system, and then piloting and getting it back onto the launch and recovery system, and then bringing it back up. It was all in the marina under David's supervision. There was a specific process that he went through. There were notebooks, and he would sign off on specific line items, whether I had performed it to satisfaction or not.
And do you know who developed that training program? Was it David Lockridge that developed that program?
I believe it was David, yes.
And how many dives did you conduct as a pilot in training?
A dozen.
And were they all domestic dives?
Yes, they were all in the Everett Marina.
Did you ever become a qualified?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. There was one training dive in Antipodes in Puget Sound with Chris Ines and David Lockridge.
Okay. Did you ever become a qualified pilot on the Antipodes or the Cyclops one?
I became what was called a level 1 pilot in Cyclops 1, which simply meant that I could take it on and off of the launch and recovery system. Basically, I wasn't qualified to take customers or anything along those lines.
And which platform was that?
The LARS, the launch and recovery system.
But for the Antipodes or the Cyclops one?
I'm sorry, for Cyclops 1.
And during the design and the construction of the Cyclops 2, which is later the Titan, what was your role?
My role was simply as a potential pilot
So did you
and paying the bills.
did you ever conduct training on that vessel, on the Cyclops 2?
Informal training, there were a few times that we would actually get and sit inside of the hull and play around with the computers, or there was one time we had actually, David, myself, and Stockton got bolted inside to test one of the CO2 scrubbers.
Were customers taken on dives in Washington?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you describe your
There
interaction?
were people that were taken on,
Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, there were people that were taken on dives that weren't paying customers. We would have reporters come, and Stockton would come and take them and do a short dive just in the marina, just so they could see the system and see Cyclops 1.
And did those dives with those same kind of people, reporters and things of that nature, did that take place anywhere else to your knowledge?
Not while I was at OceanGate, no.
Can you describe for us your interactions with the board of directors?
My interaction with the board of directors was simply that I went to one board of directors meeting during 2017.
And how often did the board meet each year?
Once, maybe twice, I'm not certain.
How were the board of directors meeting ran? Like who led the meetings and how were they conducted? The one that you attended?
Stockton Rush ran the meeting, and it felt a little bit more like a sales pitch or a marketing type of meeting where he had PowerPoint slides up to talk about the Titanic expedition and then also give an update on where we were at with the build and what he thought the timeline was.
And what were the interactions? Was it kind of like a back and forth, or was it just him doing that presentation?
If I remember correctly, there wasn't a lot of interaction. It was more him just telling the board of directors, here's what's going on.
And what was your role in that board meeting you attended?
I was an observer, and I presented the financial statement.
And what was that? You said a financial statement. Can you kind of go into that?
It was just a basic balance sheet and income statement for whatever the time period was. I don't recall now. There wasn't much to Ocean Gate Inc. or Ocean Gate Expeditions because there weren't really any expeditions happening. So there wasn't a whole lot to present. It was more, we don't have a whole lot of cash, and therefore we're going to be going out with more stock to get more capital coming into the company.
Did you ever hear in that meeting ideas of how they were going to go about doing that and getting more funds?
Yes, they spoke about issuing more common stock, issuing more preferred stock, or potentially going out and trying to find somebody like a private equity firm or somebody who could help them raise capital.
Were the board meetings open to anyone in the company? Like, could anyone attend, or did you have to be invited? How did that work?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe you have to be invited.
And in that meeting that you specifically attended, was there anyone else that weren't either the CEO or board of directors in attendance?
I don't recall.
You kind of went into this a little bit with this specific meeting that you attended, but can you kind of give us more detail on the relationship between the company and the board as far as decisions and operational planning? Who made the Ocean Gate decisions in those meetings, the board or the CEO?
It was definitely Stockton making decisions. He would present things and there might be discussion, but in the end, inside or outside of that meeting, all decisions were made by Stockton.
Did you know any of the board members' names or their backgrounds or histories with the company?
I know a couple, John Lockwood, Coast Guard, he was on the board of directors. My understanding was he was supposed to be sort of an oversight for the company and to give Ocean Gate to show that, we're talking to the Coast Guard to give that view to people. Mike Ferlotti, I believe, is another one. I'm not sure if he was a friend of the family or if he went to school with Stockton's kids or something. I'm not sure. He was also on the board. He was also a stockholder. Those are the names I can remember off the top of my head.
Did you ever have any conversations with any of the board members at Ocean Gate?
Not beyond, hi, my name is Bonnie, nice to meet you.
Did any of the board of directors ever come down to the physical building of Ocean Gate? Did you ever see them there?
Yes, the board of directors meeting was actually at our main office in Everett, which is across the hall in a meeting room. So before the meeting, there would be board of directors, milling around our office prior to the meeting.
Were there ever any members there that, at another time other than the meeting that would be held for the board members?
I can't say for sure, but I do believe that they were there at other times, a couple of them. And Guillermo also was there, I recall that.
Did you ever have any safety concerns while you were employed at Ocean Gate? And if so, what were those concerns?
I did. As a pilot in training, there were a couple of things that gave me pause. There was the acrylic dome, which David and I had been asking Tony Nissen to, we had heard that there was paperwork on it, and we wanted to see that paperwork, and Tony wouldn't let us see it. So that was my first red flag. The other was the O-ring groove on the titanium. As a scuba diver, and knowing how important O-rings are, and how even with my underwater camera, if I have a cat here and there, I can flood my camera. So to see the O-ring groove that just to my diver's eye looked odd, I had questions about it that I didn't get satisfactorily answered, Tony. Those were the big ones.
When you were talking about the acrylic dome and you had asked Mr. Nissen to see the specs on the paperwork, did he give you a reason for why he wouldn't let you see them?
Not at first. He just said no, he wouldn't give them to us. We found out later in the safety meeting or the quality meeting that happened on January 19th, where David Lockridge was fired. We found out at that meeting that the paperwork that Tony had actually showed that the dome was rated to 1,300 meters, and that was why he didn't want us to see it.
You had mentioned that the O-ring groove looked odd. Can you kind of expound on that and explain what that means?
The O-ring groove was what they call a double dovetail. So the actual groove itself was shaped like a triangle where it was wider at the bottom. And then on the ceiling surfaces in the groove, there were plunge holes. So round holes basically that were wider than the actual O-ring groove. I'd never seen an O-ring groove like that. So for me, it just raised questions. I needed some explanation because I didn't understand it.
And this was on the first prototype hull for the Cyclops 2, correct?
This was on the titanium end rings, not the carbon fiber hull.
Got it. Did you ever bring those concerns up with your supervisors or your peers? And can you kind of describe those conversations?
By that time, I was working with David quite a bit with my training, so he and I spoke a lot about some of our concerns. Those were the big ones, but there were other concerns that as we would walk around the shop, for example, he would point out there were some young engineers, and by young I mean late teens, early 20s, without any experience that we were aware of, wrenching on the sub, and without supervision right there on them. And that made me nervous because I know I don't know what I'm doing. And to see these young people without somebody supervising just what they're doing, do they know what the torque specs are? Do they know if there are dissimilar metals, things of that nature? That it just gave us pause.
And when you brought those concerns up, what were the replies of your supervisors about those concerns?
When I brought them up to Neil McCurdy, my boss, he said he understood and that he too had issues. But David, at that point, he was the director of marine operations. I looked to him for I'm not an expert at any of this stuff. I'm an accountant, I'm a diver. So I had to trust in David that if he was okay with it, then I could be okay with it. But if he wasn't okay with it, then I also wasn't okay with it. So most of my concerns I brought to David, that he and I would discuss them. And he was significantly more concerned even than I was, and he's the expert, so I took his word that I should also be concerned.
And you had mentioned a second ago the January 19th meeting. Can you kind of go into that in detail, what that meeting was and who was in attendance in that meeting?
Prior to January 19th, David put together a quality report. I don't know if Stockton asked him to do it or if he did it on his own. Regardless, he put together a multi-point report that showed different concerns that he had about Caton. He emailed that out a couple days prior to January 19th and to the entire director group, which included myself, Tony Nissen, Neil McCurdy, Joel Perry, Scott Griffith, and Stockton. And after that email came out, Stockton set up this meeting to go through the report. And at the meeting was myself, David Lockridge, Tony Nissen, Stockton Rush, and Scott Griffith. And we basically went through the report line by line to talk through the issues and discuss what could be done to rectify the problems.
And what was the response on how to rectify the problems?
It depended on what the problem was. There were multiple issues. Like, for example, for the acrylic dome, it was at that meeting that David and I found out that the dome was only rated to 1,300 meters, which Stockton and Tony basically said, the guy who made the dome is using different math. This is an odd shape, so we need to use different math to come up with the safety rating, and that we would be fine, and there, if anything happened to the dome prior, we would see crazing, and that then that was a non-issue. Except that I wanted to see the report that showed that it only went to 1,300 meters. Stockton and Tony didn't want to let us see it. I asked if Tony could dumb it down for us, and he said he didn't have time to make a dumbed down report for us. The other thing was the O-ring grooves, like we discussed before, and the response to that was Tony said he spoke to the O-ring guy, I don't know who that was, and that he spoke to him on the phone, and over the phone, the guy said, no, that O-ring groove is fine, no problem. I asked if there was a report. He said there was no report. It was just the guy on the phone. That didn't exactly give me comfort. And then finally, the big one was the hull, and how could we test it unmanned? And there was a lot of back and forth on whether it could even be done, was it cost effective? And in the end, Stockton said he would test the hull himself. He would only put himself in danger. David was not comfortable with that. He wanted unmanned testing first. And basically there was an impasse at the end, and Stockton said, well, then we're gonna have to part ways. That's the short version.
Ms. Carl, when did you leave Ocean Gate?
My last day was February 23rd, 2018.
And just my last question for you until I pass it to my colleagues. Can you kind of explain to us why you decided to leave Ocean Gate in February of that year?
After that meeting, it became abundantly clear to me that Ocean Gate was not the place I wanted to work. If that was their attitude towards safety, then I didn't want to work for that company. I had full trust in David Lockridge, and if he wasn't there, then I could not be a pilot there. And after that meeting, I went home and updated my resume and started looking for another job.
Thank you, Ms. Carl, Mr. Neubauer. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commander Emmons. Mr. Fawcett has the next questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. I am Keith Fawcett with the United States Coast Guard. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to ask you a couple of clarification questions on the information you've provided thus far.
Okay.
So did you regularly attend management meetings at Ocean Gate in your role as Human Relations and Director of Administration?
I did. It was Director of Finance and Administration, and I took care of human resources.
And did you regularly attend meetings, management meetings?
Yes, I did.
So you mentioned the January 19th meeting, which was regarding the quality report. In that meeting, what was your role? Was it as a pilot or was it as a management member?
Both.
Did you participate in any planning sessions for the meeting with any of the principals that were there or any of the management team before the meeting as to what was going to transpire in the meeting?
No, the only thing I helped David proofread his report before he sent it out, but with regard to the meeting itself, I didn't know what was going to happen, except that I did know going into that meeting that Stockton most likely intended to terminate David's employment.
I want to go back to the questions my colleague asked regarding the Board of Directors. Were there detailed agendas published for the Board of Directors so that the content of the meeting could be executed efficiently?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Do you know if the bylaws of the company required minutes of Board of Directors meetings?
I assume so, but I don't know for sure.
Have you ever seen minutes of Board of Directors meetings?
Ever? Yes.
And were those documents, did they appear to be minutes that were thorough and complete, representing what took place at a meeting?
Yes.
Sir, do you mind if I interject?
Yes, Ocean Gate?
Yes, just to clarify the question, is this regarding the one meeting that Ms. Carl was in? Because otherwise, it's unclear how she would know if they were accurate or not.
Yeah, what meeting were you referring to, Mr. Fawcett?
Yes. So did you see minutes of Board of Directors meetings? Have you ever seen them?
Ever in my career or ever at Ocean Gate?
At Ocean Gate?
At Ocean Gate, no.
Thank you. One of the terms in the Ocean Gate, pardon me, Ocean Gate April 2016 update newsletter, they mentioned Argus Expeditions. Do you know what Argus Expeditions is?
I heard of it, but I don't recall.
Do you know if it was a part of Ocean Gate's operations physically? In other words, is it an entity that's associated with Ocean Gate?
it was definitely associated with Ocean Gate, but I don't recall what the relationship was.
Did you ever see a contract between Ocean Gate and Argus Expeditions?
No. Nothing more.
So I want to shift focus a little bit on your pilot training at Ocean Gate. Would it be a fair statement that the safety of the submersible and its crew are the responsibility of the submersible pilot when that vessel is conducting dive operations?
Yes.
Who are the other individuals that were undergoing pilot training when you were undergoing pilot training at Ocean Gate for the submarine operations?
For the most part, it was just me by myself. There was a few days in December of 2017 where Scott Parazinski and I were being trained together in Cyclops 1 with, by David.
As part of the submersible pilot training that you received, how would you describe like risk assessment for the operation prior to diving? In other words, how did they take into account the condition of the submersible, environmental factors, loading of the submersible in terms of the number of passengers? How was that risk assessed?
There was a form that we would fill out looking at tides and weather and who was going to be in the sub, how much did they weigh, how much weight did we need to add. On the actual, before the actual dive, there was a physical walk around of the sub itself, checking external things, and then we would get inside the sub and check internal stuff. And so it was a pretty thorough review prior to actually going out to the dock to the submersible itself. There was a meeting amongst all the people topside and the actual people who would be diving the sub to discuss all of those conditions.
Was there some type of measurement of risk, like it had a numerical value? For example, there was a number that meant it was safe to dive versus a number that meant it wasn't safe to dive?
That sounds familiar, but I'm sorry, I can't recall for sure.
And for the dives you participated in, was there a safety officer topside?
Always.
Could you restate that? You were cut off.
There was always a safety officer topside.
And who would that have been? I mean, which position?
Depended on the. So it wasn't necessarily specifically they were called the safety officer, at least not that I heard, but typically it was Scott Griffith or Ryan Stockfleet was often there. If a contract pilot was there, sometimes it would be them, Tim Catterson or Chris Iams. It just changed depending on who was there.
And you mentioned level 2. Just to be clear, in the pilot training, and by the way, we have Coast Guard Exhibit 081, which is the pilot training book, and the sign-off sheet for the training tasks, which is an exhibit for this investigation. Can we bring that up, Lieutenant Steele? And just turn to page 58 and 59. And just, I'll ask you, when it comes up on your screen, we'll give you a minute. Is that the training checkoff sheet for you for both theory and then the practical tasks for level 1?
Yes.
And it is redacted for the record. So level 2 was actually moving the submersible, in this case the Cyclops 1, off the Lars platform and actually conducting a dive. Is that correct?
I'm not certain. I never got to level 2 training.
So for the benefit of the public, the Coast Guard does not issue a credential, which sometimes is thought of as a license to operate submersibles. The individuals that operate passenger-carrying submarines or submersibles that operate in the various Coast Guard officer-in-charge marine inspection zones throughout the United States, for example, in Hawaii and in Guam, require a Coast Guard credentialed individual to serve as master because they are what we call passenger-carrying commercial vessels, subchapter T. So my following questions are about that. In your role as either a pilot or your role as a management person, do you know if drug testing, chemical testing was conducted for people that were fulfilling the role as a pilot for a submersible working at Ocean Gate?
No, there was no drug testing.
And for the record, they weren't required to have a credential. But do you know if
Correct.
do you know if those individuals were given physicals to ensure they were medically fit and free of diabetes, epilepsy, or other medical conditions which may hazard the operation of a submersible?
Not that I was aware of. I never received a physical.
Was there a company policy that required submersible pilots to manage fatigue in such a way that fatigue didn't impair their performance when they were operating the submersibles on dives?
I don't recall anything specific like that, no.
Thank you very much. That's my final questions, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. I'd like to go to the NTSB. Mr. Muse.
Thank you, Ms. Collar, for being with us. I just have a couple follow-ups from Mr. Fawcett. The board of directors those meetings, was there safety ever an agenda item in any of those meetings?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Was there some sort of log, like an OSHA 300 log, where you kept track of incidents or injuries at the company?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Kevin.
Ms. Carl, I just have a couple follow-up questions. In your role as in finance, do you remember if board members were paid?
I don't believe so, no. I never cut a check to any of the board members for remuneration, no.
Did you pay other employees at Ocean Gate?
Yes, payroll.
Do you recall if Ocean Gate received any government grant money for scientific operations?
I don't know if you're talking about the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab stuff, or not that I'm aware of, no. We basically didn't have any money coming in except for from investors while I was there. And then some deposits for the Titanic expeditions.
Do you recall if the balance was ever at zero at Ocean Gate?
Of cash? Never hit zero, but we got very low to the point that I was very concerned that we wouldn't even be able to make payroll the next week.
Were you always able to make payroll?
We were, because typically what would happen in one of those situations was Caton would write a check, and then we would pay it back, or he would convert it into some sort of common stock or preferred stock, or convert it into a note.
So just to clarify, Mr. Rush would provide a temporary loan to the company? Is that accurate to say?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. I'd like to shift the questioning to Ocean Gate Council.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Carl. Just a couple of questions from our end. You mentioned that you left Ocean Gate on February 23rd, 2019. When did you begin working at Ocean Gate?
I left in 2018. I began working on March 10th, 2017.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, yes, and you left on February 23rd, 2018. My apologies. And you mentioned being in the marina or Puget Sound or other on-water operations. Is it correct that all those on-water operations that you participated in were on the Antipodes or Cyclops 1 submersibles?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Ms. Carl. I'm going to see if there are any final questions from the board or Ocean Gate. Okay, I don't see any. Ms. Carl, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for the testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again.
Thank you.
At this time, the hearing will recess ahead of our next witness. Yes. And that's Mr. Tim Catterson, and we will try to, we will recess until at least 3 p.m., and then we'll see if Mr. Catterson's available early. Thank you. This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Tim Catterson, a former Ocean Gate contractor. Lieutenant Steele, please administer the oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please stand and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing that, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. Thank you for being here today. Commander Whalen is going to start off your line of questioning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. All of my questions are going to be related to your background and then to your contractor experience with Ocean Gate. I will be asking you questions, followed with Lieutenant Commander Williams. If you need to take a break, just please let me know and we will take a break for you. I'd first like to start off with, if you can at least tell me a little bit more about your background with regards to submersible operations.
My background concerning...
Your personal background, education, history, work history.
Okay. I'm a machinist by trade. I've been working with the manned submersible ROVs, marine sciences, and underwater work since about 1987. So it's kind of been a long road with marine research and marine science and integration, things like that. My machining background basically helps me to build devices, toys, samplers, things like that. It's like Toys R Us for the underwater world. I've also, my background I don't have a paper trail by way of being an engineer, but I've had to do enough problems and sort out enough things that I do understand engineering, but it's just I don't have a trail of paper that says I do. Currently, I have my own business, which I supply gear, sampling equipment, things like that to various different companies. I also go out and do operations on ROVs, so I'm a technician for working on ROVs for the propulsion, some electronic. And then I also do manned submersibles. I've been working with manned submersibles since the 80s, so it's just kind of stayed with me. I've worked for companies like Triton, Ocean Gate, the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab. I've worked in New Zealand with a submersible that I actually had pretty much built, and that went there. That particular sub is the one that came back and was then owned by Ocean Gate, which is how I actually was introduced to Ocean Gate. It's because they were seeking information on the operation and how to use the sub. So, and up till now, now I have a company that I work out of Tucson.
And have you ever received any formal manned pilot training
Recently, or,
through your career?
through all of them. I mean, when I worked with the Hawaii Industry Research Lab, I had training going for the operation on the Pisces boats. When I worked with Triton, I had, basically they knew I was a pilot. But every company that has a submersible, they require you to have training with their submersible. So it's every company I've gone to, if I'm going to be piloting for them, they have something that they want me to learn from them.
And when did you begin working with OceanGate?
I don't know the exact date, but I would say somewhere around 2003 or 2004, around then, I think.
And what was your role in 2003, 2004 with OceanGate?
Well, the first time I was called by both Stockton and Guillermo. They had just purchased a sub. It's called the Antipodes. It's an old Perry boat, PC 1503. It's been modified significantly. Carries 5 passengers, a pilot and 4 passengers, and they had acquired it. This is the sub. This is the sub that I worked on. It was built specifically to operate in New Zealand in the Milford Sound area. And, well, it didn't work out, so I ended up being made redundant, came back home, went to work, and the sub basically disappeared for several years until it finally showed up again at OceanGate. And they've backtracked and found out that I was the one that did the build on it and operated, and so they asked me to come up and kind of explain the sub to them because they were very new at the submersible program that they were doing. This was their first big sub. So I went up and was planning to do like a training sequence with them, but they weren't quite interested in the full training sequence. He just wanted to see how it operates. So we did a rather short dive, and I wasn't able to show them quite as much as I, thought would have been correct, but I did show them how to ride the bubble anyway.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that OceanGate owned?
Sorry.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that were owned by OceanGate?
I've piloted I've done the Antipodes. I piloted that one a lot. I also piloted the Cyclops, the one that was the modified submersible that came from the Azores. That's it.
Did you ever pilot the Titan?
No.
And the Antipodes was ABS A1 classed?
Yeah, it's really hard to hear.
The Antipodes was ABS A1 classed?
Yes, it is. Yes, still is.
So you're familiar with the classification societies and their roles in certifying vessels?
Yes.
Can you please describe to me the classification procedure for a submersible? Have you ever gone through a classification procedure for a submersible?
Yes, I have.
Can you please talk me through that?
So with ABS, I have not done with anything with Lloyd's or anything like that. But with ABS, the process generally is you first make them aware that depending on what this is it a build, a new build, or is it a rebuild, or is it just a reclassing? So ABS is informed. They then have a surveyor that will come out, basically see what this process is or the program is. In the case of the subs that I've done, they've been always, there's a sub that's in place and they will come out and they'll do an inspection on it. After that, the sub is taken down to its individual parts, all gauges, all tanks, anything that needs to be classified, calibrated, everything has to get their certifications for like gauges, all gauges, depth gauges, pressure gauges, hydraulic systems, tanks, any pressure vessels have all got to go through a test and they get certified, at which point then all this data is then submitted back to ABS. Then the submersible, when it's reassembled, they will come out, usually, so it takes 3 trips for them, they'll come out a 3rd time. And this then is to make sure that everything is correctly assembled. You'll do checks for piping leaks, electronic checks and proofs for like ground fault testing and whatnot. And then finally, when everything all is done, testing, like you have to do like a drop weight tests and various stability checks and all that. Once that's done, a working depth dive is done. Now, my past here experience is that the surveyors always went on the dive, but lately I noticed that some of them don't wish to, and so we have to do it other ways, like take pictures, proof of depth, proof of functionality, and all this. So the whole process takes months, several months, probably about 4 months, depending on how fast you can get things organized.
And is this a common process for submersibles to be classed in the submersible industry?
Let's say,
So with all your years of experience in the submersible industry, are the majority of submersibles that you operated, have they been classed?
yes, yes.
Have any other than the Cyclops 1 not been classed
That I've worked
that
with?
you've operated?
None. They've all been, that would have been the first one that it was not classed.
Were you aware that the Titan was not classed?
The Titan?
Titan.
Yes.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Rush regarding the classification procedure and/or requirements for the Titan?
Yes.
Can you please tell me about that conversation?
They're usually rather short. They basically amounted to that the reason for the classification is basically that it's proof of due diligence. It's also primarily one of the ways that you can get insurance for the submersibles. That's one of the very big things, actually. I had explained this to him, and I guess that wasn't as big of a worry for him as it would be for most people. I don't know. I said my piece, and there it went. That's as far as it went.
So in your professional opinion, as a submersible pilot, would you recommend a submersible becoming classed?
Yes, certainly. It's a third-party opinion. It's like getting a second opinion from your doctor or something. ABS is not supremely versed with manned submersibles, but that's not the point. What they do is have all these criteria and standardized checks and balances that you need to maintain. So they may not know how the sub works specifically, but they know that if your breaker panel, you have to have X amount of protections for either, fusing or power overloads, or the hydraulic system, you need to prove that in fact that you can deliver the system pressure or the volumes that you need. Or in your pneumatic systems, you need to prove that you have life support to the degree that they have. Well, ABS has not come up with these standards. PVHO does this. PVHO is the pressure vessel for human occupancy. They've set standards for standard man, the requirements for life support that's needed. And pretty much verbatim, every testing or classing organization out there follows that, literally, to the word. So it's well known what you need to have. And so ABS is basically that third party that proves, because they check, they say, yes, this is what we have, this is what you need to do. And so it goes to the very end. So it's your due diligence is checked all along the way by a third party.
And since the purchase of the Antipodes from OceanGate, which was approximately 2010, do you know how many times you worked as a contractor for OceanGate?
How many times?
Roughly.
In the very beginning, I was called up several times a year. I would go up for maybe 2 weeks. And then as they got more acquainted with the Antipodes, not as much. I was usually called in when there was kind of something maybe larger going on, a dive that required more than just going down and looking, I suppose you could say. If we were going to go to do a survey or to do it was anything that was a little bit more than their usual thing, diving in outside of Everett.
And in your time as a contractor with OceanGate, how would you describe their workplace environment that you observed?
The workplace environment was actually quite good. They always made sure that, there was a space, that the places were cleaned up. I mean, like operation for a warehouse or things like that, because that's usually where you work on the subs. In the warehouse and in places like that, they would make sure that if you were doing lifting procedures, you would get help. And then as it moved out to other projects, they often had toolbox talks, about safety and wearing your, protective, devices and things like that, helmets, steel-toed shoes. So they were quite aware about, maintaining a safe working environment for the people there. Oftentimes, when I was in the warehouse, sometimes I probably wasn't wearing my steel-toed shoes, but it was, they did have a protocol, albeit sometimes loose, but they did have a process of trying to keep people from getting hurt. That's quite true, they did. Yeah. Does that?
Perfect. While at OceanGate, did you ever work with Mr. David Lockridge?
Oh, yes, David, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Lockridge?
I met him actually when he came over in the very beginning to try out as a kind of a test for OceanGate to see you know, if there was a job there. I mean, at the time, he was living over in Scotland. So he had come over to, was interviewed and was basically just wanting to see if he was a fit for him. So I've known him since he started. I was there before, and I knew him when he was working there. And
Were you aware of, and did you have any part in the inspection record that he produced to Mr. Rush in the early 2018?
no, I've never seen it, nor have I gotten to read it, but there were some, you know, things that, of course, we talked about. You know, he had issues, and I had issues, and we all, we did discuss things, and so I'm assuming some of those discussions were probably in his paper, but I don't know.
What were some of the issues that you had that you discussed with Mr. Lockridge?
Well, I think I couldn't tell when Bonnie was talking, but she was saying something about the O-ring groove. And on that face, so the O-ring groove was a dovetail groove. I cut them. I know what they are. I machine them and I make them. And they are built specifically to maintain an O-ring from getting out, getting loose once they've been put in place. That's all fine and good. But the process that they did to cut the O-ring groove, it means that you have to bring a dovetailed cutter, which is wider at the bottom than it is at the top, down into the groove to cut this. And on this particular one, usually what you would do is you would get a cutter that the bottom of the head is a smaller diameter than the overall width of the top of the groove. So you could fit it down in, cut the dovetail, which means you'd have to do several passes, and then you would come out, and what that would leave is a groove on the top, which is unblemished, and the dovetail down beneath. But this one was done apparently with a much larger cutter. It was titanium, so maybe there was just issues about that. I don't know. But when they did it, they did a plunge cut. They cut the groove first, and then did a plunge cut with the dovetail down to the bottom, which you could then go around the entire O-ring face, and then at one point there would be a hole that breached the edges of the O-ring groove. That's where the cutter was put down in, and then the grooves were cut, and then it was removed back out that hole. So that means on that face of the O-ring groove on the inside, there were divots. I don't know if that makes sense, but I can draw it up for you if you like. But
It makes perfect sense. Now, that was the original Titan hull back in 2017. So
that was that was the first and only of those two end caps, the titanium.
of the uncaps, correct?
Yes.
So, end rings, we'll call them, the titanium rings.
The end rings themselves. Okay, so you're asking about?
So what I'm asking is, so that was, you had witnessed that in the old the first Titan hull?
Yes.
Correct. And since you have worked and contracted by OceanGate with the new or final Titan hull, correct?
The final Titan, yes, there were two hulls. Okay,
Two
wait.
carbon fiber hulls?
Yes, the end caps remain the same.
Were, correct. So that was the same in 2018 as it was in
They were
23?
Yes, they were exactly the same hulls. Yes, they were the same.
Throughout your years with OceanGate, were you involved in any domestic missions with OceanGate, so operating as a pilot domestically within the United States
You mean for the Titan?
for Cyclops 1 or Antipodes?
Yes, I did projects with them. We dove in Monterey Bay. We did dives. Well, I didn't do any dives on that one, but we went out to the, what is that one? It's the one just offshore, over by, in Massachusetts.
Is that the
The
Andrea
Andrea
Doria?
Doria. Okay, yeah,
Can you
sorry.
tell me more about the Andrea Doria mission?
I was doing surface communications on that one, so I didn't do the dive, but, I was out on that operation. So,
And did that Andrea Doria mission have any mission specialists aboard?
yeah, well, let's see, it was, there was Dave, there was Stockton, there was Renata, and I don't know, I think there were 5 people, but I only kind of remember the 3.
And do you remember anything in particular with that dive? Was that a successful dive? Was it characterized as a
Well,
successful dive?
The first dive, they did 2 tries on it. The first dive that they went, there's a current out there. The Andrea Doria is known to be a scuba diver graveyard. There are currents out there, and they did a dive, and basically, I think they underestimated the current, and they got pulled off and couldn't reach the ship, couldn't get to it. So then they were brought back up, recovered, and brought in closer, and then they dropped down. It's only like 200 some odd feet. So they dropped back down, they got close to the bottom, and then did manage to work their way up to some portion of the hull of the Andrea Doria. I don't know which side, I don't know much details about it, but they did find the ship at least, sitting in front of them.
Were you made aware of it while any time during that dive that they may have gotten entangled with the Andrea Doria?
That they had to do.
That they had been entangled or had maybe an emergency situation with the Andrea Doria?
I heard that they got stuck in the mud. Which the skids on the Titan were basically these big flat plates. And when you land, they're okay, they'll sit there like skis, but if you try to move them around, if you move while they're on the bottom, what happens is the sand or mud or whatever piles up on top of the skids. I was led to believe that they had done something like that and they got their skids stuck in the sand and mud, which basically means, you just have to kind of rock it to get it out of there. I've done the same thing before on different subs where you just sit down and the vacuum under the skids, it holds you there. And so you basically have to be aware of it and then do some maneuvers to get, out of that mud and sand. So that's what I understood.
Mr. Catterson, just for the record, you said Titan. Is this the Cyclops that we're talking about?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I know, it's the big one, the big eye one.
Thank you, sir. So now I'd like to move on to the Titanic expeditions and your role as a contractor in the Titanic expeditions, and start with 2021. Were you on board Expedition 2021 at any time?
I went out on all 3 years of expeditions. I didn't go out on every trip out per expedition, so they had usually 5 weeks. They would go out and do 5 different sections. I was usually there for 2 or 3. It's just, they would trade out. So the first 2 years, I was there as a safety diver. Basically, to help if there's some issues with getting the sub on the LRT, which was generally the case. So my job was basically as a diver, standby, so if they were coming up and they were in rough enough, well, the water might have been rough enough so that they would. So the LRT, to make it work, to be functionally well working, the LRT should be low enough in the water so that the water's not moving the sub around when they come in for a landing. There were times when they had the cabling that was supporting the platform onto the surface, coupling it to the surface, were too short. And so sometimes the sub was, a little squirrely trying to get it into position and place. So and more often than not, that was the times when I was going into the water to help them guide the sub in, to make sure that they could latch in and then recover. There was perhaps 2 times when they dropped weights and the mechanism didn't function, quite well. So they released the weights, but the weight didn't go away.
I'll get to those in just a few seconds.
And,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, sir.
okay, sorry. And so there was some cases like that where I'd go in and cut them loose and so they can square up and land.
So you've used the acronym LRT. Can you tell me what LRT means?
The LRT, that's actually my term for it because when I worked for the university, we called it the LRT, but it's a LARS. It's a launch and recovery platform, or launch, recovery, and transport.
So we know in 2023 that one of your positions was as the platform operator, so you're very familiar with the launch and recovery system.
Yes.
Can you please tell me and tell us about how it worked and its dimensions and the purpose of it?
Okay, so they had it, the LARS for Ocean Gate was pneumatically controlled. The idea, it's a good idea if it could have been implemented well, but the idea is to try to make this so that it's a diverless recovery and launch. That was the ultimate goal, was to work in that direction. So the platform was controlled pneumatically from the surface. There was an umbilical that went down to the platform, controlling both the vent valves and the flood valves. Right, so a person could virtually on the surface drive the platform up or down. It sounds like a great plan, but almost inevitably it's hard to replace a person that is down there that actually can see what's going on exactly, compared to being on the surface and doing certain steps. And for the most part, I think, hoping that every time that it comes up exactly as it's supposed to. That's the hard part, is that when I worked in Hawaii, they had an LRT also. It carried 3 support divers. There was a pilot on the LRT. Literally, he could watch and see everything. This particular one was doing the same thing, but you're on the surface and you cannot actually tell exactly what's going on down there. So it's, like I said, the idea was a nice idea. And I suspect that if more work and development went into it, it would probably be a great idea. But at the time, you're still trying to look through water and to see what's going on. You don't actually know.
Do you remember what missions you were on in 2021?
On what?
Do you remember what missions you were on for the Titanic expedition in 2021?
So the first year I was on the last two. The second one, I think I was on the last two as well. I was usually there at the end. And then on the third and final one, I think I did 3. Yeah.
You had mentioned some drop weight issues, and while you were the diver, can you talk to me a little bit more about those drop weight issues that you were there that you witnessed?
Well,
And do you remember the dive number offhand?
it would have been on the 2021, 2022 on one of the dives, during the 2 trips that I was out. They were making an ascent, and it was just coming up quite slow. So there's a point where the first 2,000 meters, basically, in seawater, due to the temperature change, the buoyancy from surface to about 2,000 meters down, the density of the water changes the most. Once you get past 2,000 meters, it pretty much flat lines almost all the way down to the bottom. But the first 2,000 meters changes density, meaning you have to calculate your drop weights and ballast to accommodate that 2,000 meters. Basically, the water is getting thicker and heavier the deeper you go. So you need to, as you're dropping through the water column, you need to have enough weight to make sure that you'll still maintain a negative ballast if you're going to go deeper to get past that 2,000 meters. Generally, that's as an example, a 10-ton sub or a 15-ton sub. That's all displacement. That's how you know the weight of the sub. It's what it will displace. And for around 10 to 15 tons, you basically need, if it's neutral at the surface, by the time you get down to 2,000 meters, you need to have about 200 pounds more weight. It's changed that much over that volume. So, it's making a long story. Now I'll cut to the chase. They didn't have quite as much, they didn't have enough weight as they were coming up with the ballast. And so it came up to a point where the sub became neutral. All right? So you have to dump some more weight. And they did. They dropped some more weight, and then it started coming up more and more. But then they got to, again, they only were able to drop 70 pounds or something like that. It's what I believe it was once they got up. That's not enough to do what they needed to have happen. So the sub was coming up and getting, literally it was going to be stuck at somewhere around, I think they were between 15 and 1,700 meters. So the belly of the sub has these weights that you can jettison the whole thing. Nobody wants to do it because that literally will end your dive trip, because this is part of the assembly. It's an emergency drop weight. They needed to go and do the emergency drop weight. One side of it let loose and it swung down and they dropped their weights and up they came. Half of it was still connected. It swung down, which, okay, yay, they didn't have to replace this. It came up, but now it was hanging below the sub. And so I had to go into the water and pull it back up into place and secure it. So otherwise they couldn't land on the LRT. So yeah, there was a buoyancy issue. And it was enough that they, went through their other procedures and, he was prepared to drop it. And they did, but it didn't completely release.
Do you know who was the pilot on that dive?
Me?
Do you know who the pilot was on the dive?
It was either Stockton or Scott, I'm not sure.
I'd like to talk about Expedition 2023. When did you come on board Expedition 2023?
I came in on the last 3 trips out. So the first 2, Ryan was running the LRT, and then he basically had to go home. And so I came out and finished up the rest of that. So that would have been the last 3 trips out.
And what's Ryan's last name?
Where was he at that time? He went home.
What is his last name? Last name?
Oh, Stockfleet.
Okay. In 2021 and 2022, there were significantly more OceanGate employees aboard the expedition, especially then we're on for Mission 5. Do you know why this was the case? Or were you aware of why there was less employees than previous years?
I don't really. My connection with OceanGate was a couple of times, a couple of weeks each year, so I didn't really.
Were you paid for your services in 2021 and 2022 on the expeditions?
Was I paid?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you paid on Expedition 2023?
Yes.
Did you feel in Expedition 2023 that OceanGate staffing was sufficient to ensure safety?
Well, I think training and operations at sea could have been better. Look, most of the time they do their operations, they're operating out of Everett. They're doing training and seamanship and how to do all of this. But Everett is like a bathtub compared to going out into the North Atlantic. And it is different. It's more demanding. It's harder. We had fog. We had all sorts of things which hardly any of them actually got to practice with when they're at Everett. Yes, they're going out onto the ocean. Great. Yes, they are seeing chop and some seas. But it's not like going out and basically getting hammered sometimes out in the North Atlantic. So I would say that the training was up to par for where they were working with. But once you stepped out into the, you just stepped into the barrel of a gun. It's just bigger out there. And so I think the training probably didn't reflect as good of a base of knowledge for out there. That's just an opinion.
So regarding the support vessel, so in 2021 and 2022, the support vessel was the Horizon Arctic.
Yes.
In 2023, the support vessel was the Polar Prince.
The Polar Prince, yes, correct.
Can you talk to me about the different modes and methods at which the Titan was operated off of those vessels?
You mean, what are my thoughts on the shipboard stuff?
on the storage and logistics of one, from having the Titan and the Lars on the aft end of the ship to towing it from, to and from the Titanic?
That's a hard call. Again, just my opinion, but on the Arctic, they had a ramp off the stern that and with tuggers, and they would literally pull the LRT up this ramp and bring it up onto the back deck of the ship. Frankly, I think it probably took a bigger beating coming up that ramp, getting it positioned, getting it on the ramp, and pulling it up and sitting it up on the back deck than what it saw riding around, splashing around on the LRT, truthfully. When you're on the LRT out in the water, you're doing this, but it's not this. You're just getting tossed all around. But when we were pulling it up that ramp, there were definitely some hits. It's, steel against steel. And when it was brought up, it's now bum, 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 bum. I think it probably took more hits on the Arctic than the Polar Prince, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's a longer tow, and so you're getting at cyclic fatigue. Yeah, I don't know. It's the order of magnitude, whether you have a lot of small hits or a couple of big hits. Not quite sure how they balance out, but again, just my opinion. I think it was a rougher ride there.
While you were on board Expedition 2023, how would you describe the weather conditions?
Well, none of them were good. None of the days were good. For the most part, well, as you well know, that last dive was the only dive that they actually made, of any consequence to any depth. All the rest of them, they were weathered out. It was pretty much pretty much all the way through, waiting on weather. There were fogs. I mean, it's an accepted rule that you don't launch or recover, whether it's ROVs or HOVs. You don't do operations if you don't have at least a kilometer of visibility, at least that. And there were times when the fog was, visibility was maybe 100 foot at best. So those days were weathered out. They just simply couldn't dive. That final day, on the 18th, that was the first day that we had where I saw the sun. The fog was gone, the ocean was calm. It's like, I don't know, somebody just blessed it that day or whatever, because it looked like a perfect diving day. Water was flat, everything was good. So we went ahead.
With regards to that day, can you start from the pre-dive brief and tell me about the period leading up to the commencement of the dive?
Well, the pre-dives, OceanGate had a very long, extensive pre-dive. From any of my experience, I mean, when I'm doing subs, there is a pre-dive check that you do, and you go through and you understand what's needed. But this seemed to be, because there were so many things in motion, it was a rather large and complicated procedure. We started at 4 a.m. that day, and We launched at 8 o'clock. So there was essentially like almost 4 hours worth of pre-diving and prepping and getting things up and going. I'm not used to that sort of procedure. It's like there were so many things that had to be looked at and checked and over. It's not their subs do not have that many things to check over and over and over, but there were. We did. And that also includes the LRT, the platform. There's a whole checklist for it as well. So all this thing is going in tandem. And by the time we got it all done, everybody was loaded. The hatch was secured. And it was 8 o'clock. And this was like one of the first times I've ever seen where we actually managed to launch at exactly the time we had scheduled for. Normally, we'd be running late, just because there's so many things to check and then recheck. But so the process went. The LRT was set up to ready to go. The sub then was finally set up and ready to go. And then we did the launch at, 8:05 or something. I think that's what the log says.
And what was your responsibility on that day?
I was running the platform again. So I was going, basically I did all the dive checks for the platform, which I had done, took 15, 20 minutes. It's not that hard. At which point then I also did work with helping them, get the sub ready, or if somebody needed a pair of hands to shift, like possibly to shift the ballast around on the LRT to make it sit square, or deploying the buoys and stuff like that. Deploying the buoys, generally you needed somebody a bit stronger, so I was setting off the buoys where they have a buoy, and then there's an anchor and a lock at the bottom, so the LRT drops down and sits on a 4-point subsurface. So those anchors are they were basically big chain links, and they're kind of hard to wrestle with. So I was doing that as well. So I just had the horsepower.
And this was dive 88. So during dive 88, was there any issues or problems with any of the materials or the sub or the launch and recovery system?
No. Actually, it was an amazing day. Everything was just boom. It just took a long time, but there were no red flags. It's like I said, the sun came out. Everybody just got blessed or whatever. So it was a good day. We were on time. We did the launch, and then he took off.
And did you have any communications with any of the crew members of the Titan submersible?
Did I?
Yes.
We had radio on board, so I was assigned into the dinghy, so I'd spent literally since 4 o'clock till they launched out there, either working on the LRT or positioning things or whatever. And so we had radios in the dinghy. So I was in contact with sometimes people that were working in and around the sub, if they needed something, a tool, or to check if the thrusters are rotating to make sure people are all clear, and for just doing checkups and things. So yes, I had a radio that I could talk into the cab of the sub. I could also talk to the ship.
And what were your communications that day?
Well, the communications mostly were to the sub, because when they're going to when they finally get everything all sorted out, they need to go through systems checks. Thrusters, lights, air, pumps, everything. And so you try to do that before the passengers come out because they just don't, it's just not a good thing to have, thrusters running when there are people that don't really know exactly what this is all about. So we were getting this done before they ever even came out. So I was on the outside doing like lights check, checking with the acoustic, you give it a little scratch and see if they can hear you on the inside. Basically getting it ready. So I was in contact with that. They would say, can you check to make, are the thrusters clear? Is everything ready for tests? Yeah, yes.
Did you have any communications with the passengers?
No. Well, I mean, the person I was talking to would either be the pilot or somebody that's working on the sub, but no, the passengers weren't even out there yet, literally. They were still on the ship.
Did you have any communications with the passengers after they had come out to the submersible?
They didn't. I mean, you're talking about other times, I suspect, right?
No. So on Dive 88, as you're in the rigid hull inflatable acting as the platform operator, and the passengers get brought out with the other rigid hull inflatable vessel.
Yeah, they come out on another dinghy, and they get out, and then I helped even get them, to safely get around the dome because the back aft end of the LRT is slanted, and so I wasn't crazy about that. Anyways, I helped them get around, and then they got into the sub. At that point, then the sub is secured, and
I just meant communication as they were approaching. Like you just said, like you just stated, you were assisting them to get around.
No, other than throw me the tagline or something like that, but no, it's just.
Okay.
They were coming in on a different boat. I was basically at the end of the LRT with several other people. They're going to come up, throw a bow line to me, and we'll pull them in and secure it, and so then people can start crawling out of the boat. That's pretty much the sum total of that communication.
Okay. And then what was the next step? So after the passengers get into the submersible, then what happens?
The dome is secured, which, is a process, but it's secured and then it's bolted closed. And then we did a test. Yes, we did that even for the dive too. So we did a test where we pulled vacuum to make sure that the O-ring seals. And then, in fact, we did pull the vacuum on the hull a little bit, just so they could test to make sure that the O-ring is seating. So we pulled the vacuum on that, and then I disconnected it, locked everything up, and then that was put back in the boat. And they would look at the barometer on the inside to see if there was any changing in air pressure. And there was no leaks, so they were all good with that.
And if there were to be an issue or a problem, would they have radioed that to you?
Yes, yeah, they would have, the dive would have been aborted until it was fixed. I mean, that was part of their process, their system of checks that, the vacuum had to hold. It had to be in place.
So what was your next step? So the passengers have been loaded, everybody's been bolted, and what was the next step for you as the platform operator?
After that, everybody that came in, so that there would have been two boats out there now, the boat that I was in and working with, and the boat that brought the passengers. So then everybody would leave the platform, and it is, for all practical and purposes, it's ready to dive at this point. Well, there were some stop chocks that you need to pull out so that the sub can get out of the saddle. And that of course, was done early on. So we all left. And at that point, I wait until I get the command to, they're ready to launch. So that means the pilot is going through system checks in the subs now. Now that everything's closed up, he's getting everything up and running. Sonar, communications, thrusters, everything is coming live on the sub. And I'm basically waiting until they are ready to dive.
And at the point at which they did, on this day, they did dive, can you tell me, is there a signal that is a normal signal that the dive is commencing from the submersible, or do you just hear over the radio?
You mean for me to submerge the platform?
Yes.
I get that from the ops director on the ship.
So you got that from the ops director, and then what happened?
I was told they're ready to dive. So at that point then, I make sure everybody's clear, and then I start venting the tanks. And the LRT basically sinks below the waves, and along with it, the sub goes down to the bottom, at which point now no longer my radio does not work to anybody on the sub. So as soon as they're down there, I lose communications. So the ship and the sub will establish communications by their acoustic link. Their acoustic link, and their communications is set up by going through an acoustic modem. So once that's established, I have no control over anything at that point. Now it's all between the ship and the sub. They're in communications, and at which point the pilot says that all systems are go, we are ready to dive. And they're given permission by the ship to do so, which they will then come out of the saddle, drive out, and commence their dive.
Once they've come out of the saddle, as you stated, do they normally resurface?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They normally resurface to make communications with yourself, or?
Well, so once the sub leaves the LRT and drives off, 10 meters, 15 meters, they start their dive. The LRT platform is empty, at which point I'm told from the ship that the submersible is now, they've started their dive. I'm clear to recover the LRT. So at that point, then I bring it back up to the surface, where we will wait there until the submersible passes 1,000 meters. So we stay there with the platform ready just in case, I don't know, something is going to go wrong, and then they have to, abort the dive and come back up. So we basically stay there and wait until they reach 1,000 meters, which we did. And after that, they told us that they've passed 1,000 meters. It's time you can come in now. So that's basically, at that point, I secure the LRT, and we head back in, and I have breakfast.
So on June 18th, 2023, at what time did you approximately arrive back at the Polar Prince?
Back to the boat.
Back to the vessel after the Titan had departed?
They launched at 8. It was probably, I think we were out there, I may have been able to get back to the ship maybe about 8:45, maybe a little bit later, but it was about right around there. It was at least a half hour before, they get to their 1,000 meters. It's usually the case. And they called in. Since I was, kind of diving and wrestling with things, I wasn't wearing a watch. So I don't know exactly. But it was, the time it takes them to get to 1,000 meters. So 20 minutes to 30 minutes. at which point then I go back to the ship. Also, at which time I'm off duty, so I just basically went and got something to eat. And I'd spent out there on the water since 4 that day, so everything, I was cold and ready to get warmed up and have some breakfast. So that's what I did. I went and had a breakfast and ate and then went up.
At that point, did anybody make any notification to you that there was any emergency aboard the Titan?
No, I'm not sure they even knew exactly where I was, to be honest with you, but no. Like I said, I went and had breakfast, I took a shower, got warmed up, and then I went up to the bridge. I was in no big hurry, but I just wanted to go up and, well, they made it to the Titanic. Let's see pictures, let's hear what's going on. At which point, when I came up, that's when I discovered that, in fact, there were no communications.
Do you know approximately what time that was?
I would just guess it was just probably about 9:45 or 10, maybe something like that. About.
And then from that point on, what was your role? What did you begin to do at that point?
I had no role then. I mean, I was off duty. I had no role, although I have experience with subs, so I basically voiced my opinions. We can do this, we can do this. Are you doing this? Type of thing, but in truth, I was a bystander.
And did you assist in the search and rescue or any type of the
Yes.
actions that took place? Yes. Can you please explain what you did?
In the search and rescue, there was Scott Griffiths, myself, Kyle Bingham. We were all basically tied in with this. I was tied into it just basically because of my back history. I haven't gone through an emergency like this before, but I've certainly gone through the whole process before. So at which point we started, we did everything that we could to try to ascertain whether it was just a communications issue or something else. It was at that time when it's basically, I started asking questions about when did it happen, or what's the interrogation rate of the tracker, or things like that. Can you track it? And that's when I learned that both the tracking and the communications stopped. Okay. They both stopped because OceanGate was using the acoustic modem that is built onto the transducer to use that as also a communications link. It works fine. But I don't think that was ever the intent of the company that makes those beacons to be used like that. Its primary function was to improve your tracking ability so there's an acoustic modem built on there, which is tied in with a depth sensor. So when the beacon is at a particular depth, the depth sensor on the tracking beacon will also send this data up to the short baseline that's on the ship. This allows the computer, the computation stuff to be much simpler because it only has to really figure out a range and bearing rather than extrapolate the depth from the angles. So you get range and bearing from the head, and then the added data coming up from that transponder is giving you the depth. So that's what it was made for, to improve the tracking in the 3D picture. They can also be used to send AUVs command signals like do a certain search pattern, grid pattern, or whatever. I mean, it's very useful. It's just that it also worked as to be able to type up messages and sending them up through the acoustic modem as well. Normally, there would have been 2 devices there. You know, your communications, which is completely separate from your tracking. This is the first case I've ever seen where it was all done on the same thing, which basically means that when one failed, so did the other. So both tracking and communications were down. At which point then we tried to find out, well, what was their last known depth? What was their position? You know, all of these things. To at least we needed to get like a last known fix. And since both things went out at the same time, we assumed that it was something had failed on the transponder itself. Now, that's the first conclusion one comes to. It's like, yeah, it's not working.
So did you remain on the polar prints?
I stayed on, yes, yeah, I was on the polar prints for the process of, you know, of the looking for it, all that. I was there, you know, I tried to utilize some of the points and positions and to try to figure out how the Canadian Coast Guard was able to triangulate. Because they were giving us fixes. They said that they heard this knocking. And unless all of their sonobuoys were picking this up, you wouldn't be able to triangulate. Yeah, and you know what I mean? I mean, if they had one buoy out, 2 buoys out, 2 buoys, maybe you might get something, but 3 or 4 would be much better. And they would all have to hear it, and they would also have to have a timestamp on when the signal came in for each one of these things, at which point then, yes, they were giving triangulated positions for where they think this is coming from now, this noise is coming from. And so we were assuming, I mean, noise from the ocean is not, it's chaotic. You don't, unless you're listening to a dolphin click or something like that, for the most part, nothing is clear and even and equal. But the claims, I never heard the sounds, but what the Canadian group said is that it was a clear knocking sound, knocking or clicking or banging. You know, it's whatever word they chose to use, and they said that it happened over several different times. This, you know, it's obviously it's if it happens more than once and if it happens consistently, it's something that's humans are doing. It's not arbitrarily happening. So with that in mind, we're now assuming that, oh crap, they're drifting. Because the first triangulation they gave us was basically about 100 meters. It was about 100 meters to the southeast of their last known fix. So we went to this position and they focused on putting more buoys out there. But it was very sporadic with this knocking. And then, of course, they finish at the end of the day, and then they go home because they're running out of fuel. They got to get more buoys and, all this thing. So logistically, they weren't sending these sonobuoys out 24/7. They were through the daylight hours. So the next morning, they would be back, and more sonobuoys would go out. And another time, there would be another triangulation spot that it's in a different place, farther. What I did notice is that it was always farther to the southeast. It never went north of the fix. It never went, full east or west. It was always on this swath, kind of heading down to the southeast. So we assumed that it was drifting, possibly mid-water. Maybe they're dragging over the bottom. Don't know. I have no idea. This was all theories that were just flying around between people who are totally without sleep and very anxious, and just it's the worst thing that could be happening.
Did
So-
the Polar Prince have an ROV on board? A remotely
No,
operated vehicle that
no,
could get to
did
the depth
not.
for rescues?
The Deep Energy was one of the first ships that responded and showed up. Now, Deep Energy is a large behemoth pipe-laying ship, and it carries 2 ROVs with it. Now, these ROVs are basically designed for, they do work all over the world, but these are work-class ROVs, and their usual operating depth for most the industrial ROVs is 3,000 meters. Not enough. When they came onto the scene, Scott, myself, and Ann Jarrus transferred over to the Deep Energy. Ann Jarrus was the doctor on board. Scott Griffith was the ops director, and I was me. We went over there. I spent most of my time with the ROV guys in the shed. I was kind of working between them. I got the information for how deep it was. Can you dive? What would it take? And logistically, if they can get down there and find something, what would they need on, what we'd need on the surface to do the recovery sort of thing. So I was talking with, I don't know his last name. His first name was John. He was the ROV, chief ROV operator on the Deep Energy. And he basically said that we have enough string to reach that, but the ROV is not built for it. That said, it would be criminal for us not to try. So they did. They sent their ROV down. Again, I was with them. We ran it all the way down to the very end of their main cable. And then this ROV runs off with a TMS. It basically spooled out the other 1,000 meters that it had on its tether and made it down to the bottom at the site. We were diving at the last fix. Unfortunately, we managed to get to the bottom and just about touched down, and the cameras were working, and then we lost telemetry. Right immediately after that, cameras went out, everything. Then the vehicle went dead. So now they've got all the cable stretched out, they've got a dead vehicle down there, which we have to do, I say we, I didn't have anything to do with that, but they had to do a dead vehicle recovery and then bring up the ROV, and where they found out that they had kind of pretty much gutted the ROV. Their bottles had collapsed. They essentially destroyed the ROV, trying to help. So we continued using the other ROV, but not going as deep, but to try to use it as to use the sonar on the ROV to scan and see if we could go, nobody knew. Nobody knew what the depth was. We couldn't triangulate the depth from what they were getting on the surface. It just, it's just too much missing data. But in the possibility that under some scenarios, if they dropped all their weights and they had come up into the water column somewhere, we were trying to search, within the water column using the sonar off the ROV, because none of these other ships actually had, any bottom scanning capabilities. Of course, none of it worked, but that's how it went until the very end. And at the very end, the Arctic Horizon came in, and on the back it had a very specialized ROV from Pelagic Research Services. This one can dive to 6,000 meters. And it was something to watch. It was amazing. The ship pulled in literally. It almost was coasting to a stop, and they had launched the ROV, and it was on its way down full tilt. If there was any possibility that it was going to be doing a rescue, they came for hunt and bear, and they went down, got to the bottom, touched down, and within about 10 minutes found debris.
Thank you, Mr. Catterson. I just have a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
At approximately 10:47, when the submersible was at 3,341 meters, they had messaged dropping 2 weights. In
Yes.
your previous and throughout all your years of being a submersible operator, can you please talk to me about dropping weights and
Okay.
what would that mean at that depth?
Okay. Sub was on its way down, except for a few exceptions. Almost all of the subs use drop weights to get down. It's cost effective, it's efficient, it's simple and easy to work with, it's like a balloon. So when they drop down, usually before you have the bottom in sight, you will shed some of your weight. So you want to understand how much control you have over the sub, because from the surface till you starting to try to slow down, it's a free fall, essentially. You're trying to get the sub down there literally as quick as you can, because the longer you stay in the water column, the farther you get washed offshore, washed off target, so, sorry. Your ability to reach the target is quite important, and to do that, you need to go through the water column as quick as you can. Most subs will do about 32 to 35 meters a minute. That's standard. A limiting factor can do 55, but then they're also going to the Marianas Trench too. But for the most part, 30 to 35 meters a minute, that's a very standard number. So they're falling through the water column. once they start approaching the bottom, they're gonna shed some weight because they've loaded up on the top. They have enough weight to make sure that they can get past, remember I said the 2,000 meter zone. They get past that. And now they want to be able to have it still enough weight so that they can get to the bottom in a reasonable time. So generally they're carrying 200, possibly 300 pounds of ballast. This is to do this, especially when you're going that deep. So he said on the log that they're dropping 2 weights. Each weight weighed 35 pounds. So they shed 70 pounds. That's not enough weight to stop. It's not enough weight to come back up. That's just, he's just shedding weight to slow down. And I'm sure the intent was to drop these weights, bump your thrusters on the verticals to kind of slow it down to a stop. Yes, perfect. We're good to go. And then they would continue on to the bottom, and considering who was in the cab with Stockton at that particular time, there are 2 billionaires in there with him. I would absolutely guarantee that he's trying to make sure that this just goes as absolutely perfect and spot on as he can. So he's slowing down early at 3,200 meters, 3,300 meters. Yeah, that's a little high still. Normally I would, if I'm dumping weight at 100 meters. It's okay. I mean, I think he's just, going to try to make everything perfect. It doesn't mean an emergency was in there. It just means that, the only emergency was probably what was going on in his head is like, we're not gonna touch the bottom with a bump or anything like that. We are gonna make this just smooth and as great as possible. So, yeah, he dumped essentially 70 pounds, which is only slowing you down.
Thank you, Mr. Catterson. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Catterson, we've been going for over an hour. Would you like to take a break at this time?
I'm fine.
Okay, we'll continue on. Thank you, sir.
If you have more.
Just a few more. I'd like to go to Lieutenant Commander Williams. Oh, I'm sorry. The board would like to take a quick break, sir.
Okay.
If you don't, we will recess and return at 4:45, sir.
Okay. 4:45.
The hearing is now back in session. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Catterson, did you have any experience with carbon fiber? Can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry. It might not be working.
Hello? Oh, okay, sorry. A little bit, yes. One of the companies that I've worked for in the past was, it's called ACM, Advanced Ceramic Manufacturing. Don't let the name fool you. They also did both ceramics and composites. So by no stretch would I say I'm an expert at it, but I'm familiar with carbon fiber and composites.
Were you involved in any conversations regarding testing of the carbon fiber hull, either hull number 1 or hull number 2 for Titan?
No.
What was your involvement with the construction or engineering design of the Titan hull, if any?
I had none.
The titanium rings or the segments, which included those dovetail cuts you previously discussed,
Sorry, I'm having a hard time telling what you're saying.
the titanium rings, the segments, which included those dovetail cuts that you previously discussed, I just want to confirm that those domes and titanium rings were reused from the first hull to the second hull.
Yes.
Were you involved in the detachment of the titanium rings from the first hull?
No.
And were you involved in the reattachment of the titanium rings to the new number 2 hull?
No.
Did you ever go on a dive on Titan?
No.
Were you ever asked to pilot for Titan?
Not Titan, but the Cyclops.
Would you have felt comfortable going on the Titan to depth?
No.
Can you please explain why?
I don't believe that composites are the correct material for a pressure vessel that's experiencing external compression. So I had my doubts. I had my opinions, of course. When I tried to figure out the strength of the hull, I couldn't make it work well enough, meaning a composite shell is strong under traction. Do we agree on that? Yes. Having said that, when you put it under compression, the carbon fiber is not taking the load. It is the matrix that holds it in place. The polyurethane, the acrylic, the epoxy, whatever the material is that holds these fibers into place, that's where your compressive strength comes from. The carbon fibers are strings. So, like I said, by no means am I an expert at this, but when I think about this, I can't bring myself to believing that these strings are staying fixed and absorbing all of the loading correctly as they should be. I think that when you put it under compression, they can buckle, they can shift, they can go side to side, they can move in all directions three-dimensionally, and the only thing that's holding them in place is the binding material that's holding it all together. So if you do the calculations on the hull with that in mind, it's just too close to the edge, I feel.
Did you ever voice your concerns to any Ocean Gate employee?
Yes, I did.
Can you name those people you voiced your concerns to?
Well, Dave Lockridge, Stockton Rush, Tony Nissen, pretty much anybody that would listen. As I also said, I also don't have any paper history to say that I can back up what I've figured out. So there it is.
You mentioned earlier that the Titan hull would have experienced cyclic fatigue being towed behind the Polar Prince. Can you explain that further?
You understand cyclic fatigue, right? Yes, okay. Just to make sure. I think.
But for others in the audience, can you please explain that?
Oh, okay. Cyclic fatigue is the development of cracks, call it. It's considered cracks or fissures or potential places of breakage. Sometimes if you see an acrylic window and you'll see all these little tiny cracks and stuff, that's crazing. And some of that has come from the cyclic fatigue of being exposed to the heat and cold and sunlight and UV and all manner of things. But it's essentially the degradation of the material to a point where eventually it will fail. In the case of the Titan, I know that questions have been brought up about, was it cyclic fatigue that caused this to break? I would agree, but I think it's cyclic fatigue of the glue line, not any of not the titanium or anything like that. It's just the scope or the amount of flexure and beating that all of these different parts took. Well, its life was like only 3.5 years. That's simply, there's just not enough pounding on it to cause cyclic fatigue within the titanium to come about, nor from the viewport. But cyclic fatigue is also, it's caused by small movements. So it's fair to ask about what possibly being towed on the LRT or being put on the ship, things like that. And I agree that all of these things would have added to this, but there is absolutely nothing that has the magnitude of what it's being exposed to when it goes doing cycles under pressure. So they made numerous dives to the Titanic. They filmed it, got pictures, they saw the debris field. Each time they go down there, that's a pressure cycle. And I think the magnitude of this particular pressure cycle overwhelms everything else. I mean, everything else, yeah, may add something to it, but I think that these cycles are the thing that determine the failure. And
Thank you. Was there ever a time that the Titan experienced any pounding? More specifically, was the Lars ever partially flooded, causing the submersible to be slammed against the Lars?
So that they bring the sub in and they're going to come in on a landing kind of like like the jets on an aircraft carrier. They're going to come in and they want to get into the pocket and they want to land on there. They're not coming in that hot, but what ends up happening is things are moving, and so you have to make your latch up as quick as you can, expedient as possible. You can't just gently, quietly, slowly go in there and think everything's gonna stay in position while you lock up. It doesn't happen. It's calm as it can be, but it still doesn't happen like you would think on a movie. So they have to come in and be, that's why there's a trough with a channel. It's literally to guide the sub in so that it can get into place as quick as it can. And so sometimes when they would come in, they might have still had forward motion, and so the skids bump into the front of the stop on where they land. So yeah, it's gonna bump. But
To be more specific, the dive right before dive 88, that last dive, so it would have been dive 87. In the dive log, it stated that the Lars was partially flooded, and it was
tipped on. And, so when the LRT came up, that's on me. Did it hit anything? No, it was locked in. What happened was we went through the process of checking everything else. I did my pre-dives. I did them twice because this was not the 18th, this was a different dive. But it still took a long time, and I did all the checks. I come in as a contractor, so basically, I know how to do the job, but that doesn't mean that I'm up on everything else that happens around. And in this particular case, what happened was, and I suppose I should have caught it, but I did not. When they open and close the hatch, they tap into one of the tanks, because they're using this an air pad. So because the titanium dome, it weighs basically, it's almost a ton and a half. It's very heavy. It's got a hinge on the side, which is simply not strong enough to hold the entire weight of this hatch. So what they had was an air pad that was placed, on a saddle, attached to the dome, so that they would put air into this air pad, swing the door open, then let the air out. So it basically sits in place. And then when they're ready to close it, they put air back into this and close the door. They were using the air from, it would have been the starboard aft tank, because the sub sits on the LRT facing back. It's backwards. That particular tank, so when they used the air to control this pad, this also goes through the same place that does the feed to the valves that are to vent the tanks as well. So they went through the process. They closed the hatch. They did all this testing. And when they were done, whoever was doing this particular operation went and closed the valve to disconnect it. But there's another valve right next to it that was supposed to be open, which fed my control to basically vent the tanks. I had checked all these valves twice, but the third time was, which I didn't check it, it was after they closed the door and shut off the valve, and I did not realize that they had shut off the valve. That was the feed valve to vent, the tanks. So we sent the sub down, the platform down. And there was some issue with the sub, and it had to come back up. It never left the LRT, ever. And so I brought it back up. when I brought it back up, I'm now blowing air into all of these. There's 4 different tanks on this LRT. I'm blowing air into these tanks, and it turns out that the far starboard aft tank was not filling. And so the LRT came up and then tipped. I mean, it sat there. It was going nowhere, but it was probably uncomfortable for the people inside. But anyways, it came up and it was stable, but it certainly wasn't sitting flat. And I could not get any air into that. So eventually what we had to do was send a diver down, because I was working on the platform at that point. I was not the diver. We sent a diver down. They went down and found that that one valve had been closed. And once they opened it, I was able to fill that back up and bring the platform back up to square. But
What was the sea state during that?
pardon me?
What was the sea state during that?
It was very flat. We weren't even at the Titanic site. We were just offshore a little ways in a cove. So they were just testing something, which obviously didn't work because they never even left this platform. So it was calm. It was not, it was windy, of course. I mean, this is the open ocean, but there were no huge rollers or anything like that. Still, I should have caught it, but.
Are you familiar with Dive 80 of the 2022 expeditions? Specifically, this is when a loud bang was heard upon surfacing.
What was happened?
A loud bang was heard upon surfacing. This would have been the end of the 2022 season, about 4 dives before the end.
I don't know. No, sorry.
Are you familiar with the real-time monitoring system on board?
Only by name and a description of what it does. It's an acoustic monitoring system. How they do it, actually, I don't know. Are they using, like piezo crystals on the hull, or are they embedded somewhere? That I don't know. Just that they have something.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to the NTSB, please.
Thank you, sir, and I'll try to be brief. We talked about class surveys a while ago now. I'm curious, though, in addition to these class surveys, have you ever been involved with an inspection from a government agency, such as the Coast Guard, or maybe the MCA in the North Sea, or Transport Canada?
You mean working with them, or I don't quite understand.
So anywhere you've worked in the world, has the host country required some sort of regulatory inspection in addition to the class?
Yes, okay, yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, when I was in New Zealand, we had everybody with an acronym was standing in line to check us on that one. So it was their Department of Health, their Department of their Marine Sanctuary. There was just too many to remember, but to be honest with you. But yes, whenever you go to a different place, a different country, everybody has their own set of things that they want to be assured are addressed to their questions, I guess. So I haven't done, in many cases, when I've dove in different countries, I'm usually working for an employer. And so if that is done, it's probably done by either the operations director or such, but.
Okay, thank you. How much of the ship's crew, how much was the ship's crew involved, either on Polar Prince or Horizon Arctic?
On For the search, you mean, or?
No, the normal operations, how much did the actual crew get involved?
Generally, what they supplied was, methods to get our boats off and on the ship. They were not out on the platform. They basically helped us with grunt work. On the ship. I mean, if there's something we needed to pack or something, but no, they were not actually part of the ship's crew is not actually part of the launch.
How about with decision-making as far as if the weather's too bad or something's not safe,
I mean, captains, there's God and then there's the captain. If he basically says that this is bad, he can overrun everything. There's also the ops director for the operation itself, and they are in contact with the captain to come up with these decisions. So
Is that the same at other companies or other subs that you've worked with?
pretty
around
much everybody I've worked with, yes. There's always, the captain is king.
Is it normal, though, that the ship's crew is not involved with the submersibles?
Ship's crew is, the times that I've seen ship's crew actually do work with it is when the ship's crew are familiar and operate like, if it's like it's a fixed facility, so it's a subtender. And it would be ship's crew then that's operating the A-frame or the tuggers or the tow lines or things like that. Yes, they do that type of work, but they never do anything that's actually connected with certifying that the sub is ready to dive or.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you for your time.
Sir, before we go to Ocean Gate, I just have a couple follow-up questions from your earlier testimony. You mentioned the dragging of the Titan during the Horizon Arctic operations, and I believe you said at some point you saw contact with either the Lars or the Titan's hull, and I wanted to clarify which one it was. I think you said you saw some hard contact, and could you clarify that?
Wait, are we talking about when I was just talking about them landing on the LRT? Or?
Actually, sir, this is when they were dragging the system back onto the deck of the Horizon Arctic.
Well, all right. So the way that was is that the sub is already locked and on the LRT, and then they pulled the LRT up to this. This is on the Arctic horizon. Right? They had this large ramp, big steel ramp that went off the stern of the ship. It had rollers, things to make it theoretically come up the ramp very nice and kind. And there were a couple of times when they were pulling the Lars to the stern of the ship. You know that on the stern of the ship, that's the place that sees the most movement, the bow and the stern. So everything moves the most there. And so in this case, the ship was heaving a little bit, and that ramp would literally come up and out of the water. And so they're trying to time pulling the LRT up onto this ramp while possibly the ramp is actually clearing the water. So you might, you run the risk of running into it. So it was there. So what I'm saying is that, yes, absolutely, when they pull the LRT on there, did the ship come up and bring the ramp up underneath the LRT? Yes. Did they have a rough entry, possibly getting onto the ramp? Yes.
So to clarify, sir, would the contact be with the LRT or the hull of the Titan?
No, it was the LRT hitting the frame, hitting the frame, but the sub is sitting on the LRT. So I guess whatever shake's going on through there will translate vaguely to the sub as well.
Understand. Do you remember any instances where there was damage to the hull of the, or even to the?
To the hull?
I'm sorry, to the parts associated with the
Yes,
hull?
well, there was one point where the pad eyes that attach to the Lars, so for the towing, you got the hawser that goes out and connects to the 2 points. And while that was being pulled up, I think they had it, where were they? It was just at the point where they had it, being recovered. It would have been the starboard forward pad eye. That starboard forward pad eye got ripped off the hull. It ripped the weld off. It pulled the whole pad eye off. This is sitting on the ship by now. It's but now, since it got pulled off, it's being pulled sideways. So then we had to re-rig it to pull it all the way into its sitting position. But it was not the nicest wasn't the best way of recovering,
Yes, sir. Where was that pad eye connected?
Pardon me?
Where was that pad eye connected to?
The pad eye was attached to, basically you had the front of the LRT.
Right.
It's on the outside forward. They had stiffening plates on the aluminum barge tanks. So there were stiffening plates there, and then a large pad eye that's welded on there that the hawser is connected to by a large shackle.
Understand. Thank you, sir. Also, I wanted to clarify, you mentioned the ops director on the ship. Who was that?
What's that?
You mentioned during your testimony that there was an ops director on the vessel, on the Polar Prince in this case.
Well, that would have been either Scott or Kyle.
Okay. Do you know who maintained text communications with the vessel while it was at?
When I came up, traditionally I didn't spend a lot of time on the bridge. I went up that last time because it was the last dive. It was like, son of a gun, they're gonna make it down there. So I came up and looked. So on a regular basis, I'm not sure how they do that, but when I went up there that particular time, it was windy, was at the, she was doing the comms, Windy Rush, and Gary, no, what's his name? I forgot his name, who was doing the tracking, but I've met him before, just, not a lot, but.
Okay.
So.
And I'd like to touch on a comment you made about the glue line. Like you mentioned that you thought a failure could occur at the glue line, if I understood that?
Fuel line?
Glue, I think you said.
Oh, the glue line on the.
Yeah, would be.
Okay, yeah, oh, yeah, you're segueing faster than I am.
Sorry, sir. This is talking about a potential failure point. And I just wanted to clarify, when you said glue, do you mean the glue between the rings in the hull or the layers of the hull?
No, I mean, you have two different materials. You have titanium and you have a composite. And to make this one cabin, you got to somehow attach the composite to the titanium ring. So on that, so there was a dome, and then, for lack of a better word, I don't know what to call them other than retaining rings.
Right.
There's that secondary ring. On the front, it was basically completely solid, and on the aft end, that's where they had the penetrators go through, because you cannot put holes in the composite. You just cannot. So the glue line is where the end of the composite hull fit into. It was a milled socket an annular ring that went into the titanium ring, and so that there was basically it was about a 3/8 section on the outside and on the inside that sandwiched between, the composite in between the two. And so the composite then it's kind of like so, and it was fit in like that. And then the glue line was on the composite and the titanium.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry.
And one question, I'm curious if the lack of a rescue asset was ever discussed, or did you hear OceanGate ever talking about that they did not really lack, or they lacked an asset that could get to depth if there was ever an entanglement or something occurred on the bottom?
I wasn't part of actual, the rules of their operation, unfortunately. The only thing I did was, they obviously had a list, because when I went up and I asked Scott, do you have a call list? And he said, yes, we do. And he showed me. And so they had a list of names and places to call. They did not carry another ROV or anything with them, which, well, to be fair, for 50 years, Alvin dove solo without having any backup either. So it's not like they were the only ones doing that.
Understand, sir. So when you say a list, it would be list of people with capabilities to have an ROV?
Yes, companies, people, different organizations, whatever, yes. And that's how they got a hold of Pelagic Research Services. They were on the list.
Yes, sir. And this is a point I want to make for clarification. On the text communications, one of the last communications discussed is about the Nissen bottle. Do you know?
The what?
They said, please deploy the Nissen bottle.
A Nissen bottle?
Yeah,
That's a
I
sampler.
may not be providing that. I mean, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Nissen. That's a water sampler.
Right, and I wanted to make the point that that would be a standard routine operation.
That is a water sampler that when you go to some depth and you'll trigger it and you close it and you bring your water sample up. I mean, probably any sub that goes down has a bottle on it somewhere for a Nissen sampler, along with a CTD and various other things. I mean, those are just kind of a normal thing.
Right, and that was the point I wanted to make, that it was standard operations near the end of the accident dive.
Yeah, as soon as they decided they were going to get into science or whatever, that would probably be, they'd have to have that, I'd say.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neubauer. The company has no questions for Mr. Catterson, but we thank you for your time.
No questions? Okay.
No further questions.
Does the board have any final questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Mr. Catterson, my name's Keith Fawcett. Could you turn in your binder to Exhibit 024? There are tabs on the side of the binder there and Lieutenant Steele.
He's already there.
Yeah, it's the exhibit you're at, sir.
Pardon me?
It's the page you're on, I believe, right now.
Okay,
There you go.
all right.
So would it be a fair thing if I said that written procedures for the safety of operations ensure the safety of submersible operations? Written procedures?
Are you comparing, do you mean, are they risk procedures that they have, are they spelled out for the?
Are they important to the safety of operations?
Oh, well, every company I've worked with approaches this sort of a different way. They all will assess risk. This one has a lot of verbiage and coverage. But, I mean, that it's, I would say it's as their best guess, yes, they're trying to cover all the things to look for to be safe. I get that. Different companies have different matrices or ways of coming up with how they define their risk. So I would just say that this is just another one that's just a little different.
On page 1, or correction, page 4, I'll read it to you, sir. It says, "This document has been prepared by OceanGate to provide onshore and offshore personnel with the details required for successful completion of the project." And this is the 2023 Titanic expedition.
Okay,
So your would be classed as offshore personnel, is that correct?
I would be.
If we go down to, and this was provided in response to a subpoena, and I'd like to go to page 5. And on page 5, you'll see down at the very bottom, it says OceanGate Operations. And you see a list of, in the bottom,
Yeah.
submersible pilot, lead tech, operations tech, and you don't see names there, you see to be determined.
Okay.
Were all those persons delineated for you so that you understood who was doing each job on this particular expedition?
I would, for each dive, I would know who the pilot was. I wouldn't necessarily know who the passengers were. A lead tech. I don't actually know what some of these terms what they're trying to actually say, because most of the people that were working on as a tech on the sub were they were pretty much all equal. Now, we all had our tasks. Each one was given the task by, say, either Scott or Kyle or whoever, they need something done. We need more weight. We need something adjusted or things like that. So I guess that would probably be the lead tech as well, but I always just kind of refer to them as the ops directors. Operations techs, they're all basically on the same level. They were just, you go into this, you go into this type of thing. We weren't assigned specific things until an issue came up or they wanted something done.
My final 2 questions. Did you participate in dive operations risk assessment meetings?
No.
And do you know if any of those meetings were held? In other words, maybe posted on a bulletin board or announced over the vessel's PA system?
I suspect that there were bulletins that went out to the people that they were going to have at these meetings. Now, we did every morning have a toolbox talk, where Kyle would put up his graphs of risk assessments and things like that. So I guess that would be what you're probably referring to. I saw those, yes. And they would say, well, that's Kyle being the operations director. That's when he would say, okay, Tim Catterson, you are going to be doing this today, or you're a safety diver, or you're operating the platform, or it was only those choice between those two, really. So.
And did that individual ask you if you were, for example, like if you're go for the dive today?
Oh, yes, yes. They would make sure that everybody was, well, capable, not sick or whatever. I mean, yes, he would ask can you do this? Yes, I can.
Did he ask you if what you were about to do today for that weather on the given day, if you were good to go there? Now, as you mentioned fog on particular days where you couldn't work, would they ask your opinion about the safety of the operation that day?
It never even got to that stage. When it was that foggy, it was canceled before it even came down. I mean, this was decided by the captain and the ops director. First thing, they get in contact with each other. So that the whole operation was basically negated from that decision of those two people.
So for the final dive 88, was there a toolbox meeting or a risk assessment meeting prior to starting dive operations?
It was the evening before, because everybody had to get out there at like 4 a.m, and they weren't going to wake up all the other passengers and people. So we had a toolbox talk. If it was a go by acceptable weather and things like that, all this remained. And the next day was a great day. I mean, it was calm, it was bright, it was clear, there was no fog whatsoever. So we basically went ahead.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sir, I have one final question. OceanGate? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Catterson, just to clarify, for each dive, would you know who was responsible for each of the substantive tasks that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Sorry. For each dive, would you know who was responsible for each substantive task that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Would you know who was responsible for which task before the dive?
You mean, okay, so who is responsible for each section?
For each task, for instance, the pilot or the operations lead.
Their name would have been mentioned, when we had the toolbox talk. The name would show up about that, who is doing what task on the sub. Now, whether I knew them or not was not always the case, but I think that's what you're meaning.
You knew who was responsible for which task.
I knew that there was a person with a name was responsible for a particular job. Yes.
Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Catterson, I'm thinking back to your statement where you said you raised safety concerns with certain OceanGate employees, including Mr. Rush.
Yeah.
How many times did you raise that concern with Mr. Rush about the integrity of the carbon fiber hull?
How many times? A lot.
Approximately.
I would say no less than half a dozen. I would say probably more than that. Just.
Did you voice the concern that you felt that the hull would fail catastrophically?
I wasn't positive about what was going to happen, but I just said that I can't make my numbers equal what your numbers are saying. I can't make it, I told him I think that it's underbuilt. I can't make the numbers work. And basically, but he had engineers, not just one, but several of them that were working on this. Clearly, somebody knew what they were doing. And I'm assuming they were going to know more than I did because, this was just what I came up with.
What was the general response from Mr. Rush?
What's that? Oh, his response was basically that. He said, I have several engineers working on this, and they say otherwise. I'm like, well, okay, there it is. I still, we agree to disagree, but.
Is there anything that you'd like to provide to the board information-wise that we may have missed?
I'm not quite sure what.
I'm just wondering if there's any information that you think would be beneficial to the investigation that we may not have covered today.
Yeah. After we found the sub, after the sub was found, I went from doing search and rescue, and then I transferred over to the Arctic Horizon, and then proceeded with recovery. So basically, by the request of the CEO of Pelagic Services, I jumped ship halfway through and caught the other one back that was going out with the Subsalve group, Phoenix, the Navy. We just happened to, phone call came at the right time, and they just happened to be passing, and so I went from the Polar Prince to that ship and went back out on site and stayed out there on the horizon while we were doing the recovery. I was there mostly to help them to decide, are these dangerous items here, such as the high pressure tank that was down there? What exactly should they be looking for? So things like that. So I was basically out there to kind of point out, get this, or, can we do this type of stuff on what to bring up. And so when we did this, we recovered the forward dome, the 2 rings. The aft dome we weren't able to bring up, but at that particular time because they ran out of time. And we brought up the tail piece and some parts of the skids and various pieces and bits which you've probably seen. Out of this, I think I saw it as it came up and went on the deck. Literally, I was literally positioning them on the deck at times to tie it down. And the things that I saw on that gave me reason to believe that I feel I know where the failure was. Seeing how the media had like a field day with misinformation and speculation and downright completely wrong approaches. I felt there was a big discredit going to the public because the media was, there were some bad players out there that were just passing around a lot of wrong information, I felt. And so what I found and what I feel is that the implosion happened instantaneously, that it was not the viewport that failed because there was no shards, there was no viewport, there's nothing. The viewport was blown out, it's out there somewhere still. And that the failure happened at the forward glue line at the ring. This is, you probably already, I I know Tom already has a fair idea about, what I think about this, but if it hasn't been said, it is now. That this is how I think the failure happened, is why that glue line failed. Cyclic fatigue of the glue. Every time they go and do a dive, the hull would collapse in the center. Not a lot, nothing you would actually see with your eye, but it's still enough that the outside edge would cantilever out. It basically was, when it was squeezed down in the center, it was forced to try to rotate toroidally. And I think the water got in through there, worked its way down until the final point when there was not enough glue line, there was not enough support by that titanium edge on the inside to maintain the pressure integrity. And it had to have happened equally all the way around that ring, because on the forward ring, on the very inside, that inside tab, go out and look at it, touch it, run your hand across it. It has been sheared off completely all the way around inward. The only way that would happen is if it all happened at once. If it happened partially at some place, it would have ripped and tore and then equalized in there, and this other piece, the other remaining piece of that material would stay intact. But that is not the case. It is on the aft end, but not on the forward end. That thing was sheared off smooth. So this had to happen extraordinarily fast, which means the people in there had no idea this was coming. And I just want to make sure that, you let the public know that nobody was suffering in there. As a matter of fact, they were probably happy they were all waiting to see the Titanic when this happened. So that would be it.
Thank you, sir. Does the board or anybody have any further questions for Mr. Catterson? Okay. Mr. Catterson, thank you for your testimony. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele.
Okay.
Also, that adjourns the proceedings for today. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. And we have one witness scheduled tomorrow. It's Mr. David Lockridge. Thank you and have a good night.